Good morning, everybody, and welcome to today's Scottish Police Authority meeting at the Crown Plaza here in Glasgow. What we'll do is we'll just work our way through the agenda. So if we turn now to section 1, which is introduction and welcome, which I've already done. The second item is apologies. So I have noted here that I have apologies from the members Paul Eadie and Katerina Casper, and I've also been advised that Pauline Howie will join us later in the morning. Turning now to 1.3, which is declarations of interest and connections. It is a requirement of the Code of Conduct that members declare any financial or other interests and connections in relation to the business for today's meeting. So could I ask members to confirm if there are any declarations of interest or connections? Amina.
Thank you, Chair. I'm a member of NHS 24 and there may be a connection to issues around discussions around mental health and the collaboration with Police Scotland, but I don't think they're material.
Thank you, Amina. I would agree. I don't think they're material, but thank you for declaring them. We'll now move on to section 1.4, which is any other business, and I would ask members to confirm that there are no other items of business that they wish to raise today. Thank you. 1.5, which is decisions on taking business in private. In accordance with section 20 of the SPA standing orders, can I ask members to confirm that they are content to take item 13 in private today, which is the minute of private items taken at the meeting held on the 19th of February. Are members content to take this in private? Moving forward to section 2, which is a minute from the previous meeting. This meeting was held on the 19th of February 2026 and it's for approval. Subject to any comments, could I ask or invite members to approve the draft minute of the last public authority meeting? Approved, thank you. And then 2.2 is decisions since the last public authority meeting on the 27th of November 2025. Since the last public authority meeting in February, there has been one decision taken via correspondence, and it's related to the additional bank holiday on the 15th of June to recognise Scotland's participation in the Men's Football World Cup. The outcome of that will be communicated, I believe, later on today. Moving forward then to agenda item number 3, which is my report as the interim chair. So as explained in my report, Fiona McQueen resigned as chair of the authority earlier this month, and I want to put on record the authority's thanks to Fiona for her commitment, her leadership and support over the last 5 years. Fiona played a pivotal role strengthening scrutiny as a champion of continuous improvement and embedding the input and insights of workforce representatives in the authority's oversight of policing. Also want to note that Tom Halpin and Mary Pitt-Caithley will step down this month, having both concluded their appointment terms after 8 years with the authority. Their respective contributions during this time cannot be understated, or should that be overstated. Tom's experience as a former chief officer and chief executive within the criminal justice sector, and Mary's legal and governance background, coupled with her local government experience, have proven to be invaluable in supporting the transformation of policing. So on behalf of the board, and also personally, I would want to thank Fiona, Tom and Mary for their dedication and commitment to the authority and policing. You each leave policing in a stronger position than when you joined, and we send our very best wishes to you for the future. Before I open up to questions, there's just another couple of things I would like to draw out from my report. Obviously, with Fiona stepping down as the chair, I've been asked by the Cabinet Secretary to step up as the interim chair until a decision can be made on the future of this role. Clearly, I will endeavour to do it to the very best of my abilities, but I am already grateful for the support that I have received from the SPA colleagues and also from board members. And you'll note in the report that Chris, Angela and Tom have already undertaken a number of responsibilities that the chair may have previously fulfilled. I'd also like to note that subject to your approval, Gary will be replacing me on the PPC. When I asked Gary to do this, I was really grateful that he didn't hesitate for a minute, so thank you for that. And finally, it would be remiss of me if I didn't verbally mention the Chief's Bravery and Excellent Awards. This was an extraordinary evening, and it certainly confirms, if you didn't know already, that it is a job like no other. It was an outstanding evening with outstanding representatives of policing in Scotland recognised that evening. So, with that, I'll open it up to any questions on my report. All comfortable? And can ask members if they are content to approve the committee membership changes as described in section 2. All content? Thank you. Move on now then to agenda item 4, which is the committee chairs reports. And what I'll do is I'll ask each committee and group chair to talk through their report and then invite questions from other members if they have any. So the first one that I have here is the Resources Committee, which is chaired by Pauline Howie, but as mentioned, Pauline will join us later. So I understand that Angela is going to update us on Pauline's behalf.
Oh, sorry. I wasn't at the February meeting, so Pauline's asked me to do the March update.
Okay.
So if I'll jump to that, Chair, if that's okay.
Of course.
That's the one that we particularly focused in on the budget. So the draft budget was considered at length at the Resources Committee on the 19th of March, as was the financial monitoring report. I think the committee was particularly assured at the level of management of the revenue, capital and reform budgets and the monitoring of the financial threats and challenges with appropriate actions being undertaken as required. The ongoing areas of concern for the committee were the limitations of the annual funding settlements, and I think that those will be discussed at the item 8.1 when we get onto the budget later. The draft budget, as I said, was covered in depth, and the committee was grateful for the work that the teams across the organisations have done to pull this challenging budget together. And again, it's on the agenda for the board's consideration later on the agenda. Also worthy of note for that particular committee was the time that was spent on transformation. There were 3 papers there covering transformation, benefits reporting and a new benefits prioritisation framework, which the committee hugely welcomed, recognising that there was still a bit more work to be undertaken, but it was a real breakthrough in terms of providing some guidance for the organisation that can cascade through the numerous staff that there are. I think those were the main issues, Chair.
Thank you for that update, and we can also take these reports as having been read. Appreciate that you weren't at the February meeting. So with that, is there any questions that anybody has? No? We'll move on then to the People Committee, where I have Tom Halpin.
Thanks, Chair. As you say, I'll take it that the report is received as read. What I'd highlight is there was a considerable focus in the meeting on the results of the Your Voice Matters survey and the importance of the workforce voice, and that was encouraging to see the emphasis that the leadership of Police Scotland's placed on that, and there's no doubt work to come from that. The other area, in terms of the priorities of the People Committee, is seeing a maturing picture of insight through data. And I notice in a later agenda item today in the annual police plan in Q4, there's work there in commencing the requirements for a new system in terms of that corporate data around people, etc. So that will be really important going ahead in the future. And the final area to draw attention was the focus that came from the best value review and the findings from Audit Scotland and Her Majesty's Inspector Cosla, which was very helpful actually regarding the importance of the strategic workforce plan. On this occasion we received a verbal update, but it demonstrated the commitment and the work that's ongoing within Police Scotland, and it has to be seen that extends across the SPA, corporate and forensic services areas of business also, in terms of delivering a strategic workforce plan to make sure that there's an effective workforce going forward. So that's the update from the People Committee.
Thank you for that, Tom. And again, can I open it up for any questions anybody may have? No, thank you, Tom. If I could move on then to Complaints and Conduct Committee, and again we have apologies from the Chair, Katerina Casper, but I understand that Chris Cragen is going to give an update on her behalf. Chris.
Thank you, Chair. As you've said, I'll take the report as read. There's three things I'd draw out briefly. On Operation Glade concerning non-criminal complaints, the committee sought assurance on measures taken to allocate complaints to local policing. This is something which will continue to be a key area of focus for the committee moving forward, including seeking assurance on Police Scotland's longer-term approach. It's worth noting in this context that since the committee met, there have been tripartite discussions between the Police Investigations Review Commissioner, Police Scotland, and Scottish Police Authority officials. They took place earlier this week. I understand they were productive discussions, and the committee will hear about those in due course. Second, the committee continues to have a strong focus on organisational learning, a consistent theme through its scrutiny of reports. And as the report says, the committee received the annual organisational learning report from Police Scotland and have requested that the information contained in it is mainstreamed into regular reporting to the committee to enable effective scrutiny moving forward. Third and finally, Chair, the committee considered the findings of the committee effectiveness survey, and whilst content to agree that the committee had discharged its responsibilities, is keen to ensure that we take on board stakeholder feedback concerning our focus on ensuring that questioning and scrutiny within the committee is as effective as possible. Thank you, Chair.
And thank you, Chris, for that update. Could I open it up for questions? No, thank you. Moving back to yourself, Tom, for the Policing Together Oversight Group.
Thanks, Chair. Again, the report is laid before you. Just highlight the importance of the work ongoing in this area, and particularly the work of the human rights lawyer who has been engaged with Police Scotland to carry out a baseline assessment with recommendations of what's ongoing, and the considerable progress has been made against that. Of particular interest to myself was the consistent use of the equality and human rights impact assessments across the organisation, and going back to the source to make sure that that is the right approach. And the final point is the importance of a rights-based approach to policing, which is coming through strongly in that work. So I actually consider that quite unique across policing and across the United Kingdom. And if you think of the initial response to Sir Ian Livingston's comments in this very location 2 years ago regarding institutional discrimination, that work is commendable as a response to that, and it's made sufficient progress that I was able to make recommendations to the board that work be mainstreamed again within the People Committee, and I'm glad to see that our recommendation has been accepted. So a very positive update, and commend the work of that under the leadership of Police Scotland. Thank you.
And thank you, Tom, for that update. And once again, I will open it up for any questions that anybody may have. So moving forward then, on back to yourself actually, Chris, to the Legal Committee.
Thanks very much, Chair. And again, I'll take the report as read and again highlight three things briefly. The committee noted the creation of Police Scotland's Workplace Relations Organisational Learning Review Group. It's an important development, and the committee's asked for ongoing insight and response from Police Scotland on its work as we move forward with our work. The committee considered a report on the cost of ongoing public inquiries which Police Scotland are involved in, and the impact this has on operational policing and communities. And this will continue to be an area of scrutiny for the committee, and one in which it will seek to ensure is considered by the board as a whole. Third and finally, again, the committee considered the findings of the committee effectiveness survey. Important to note that as part of the conversation we had on the results of that survey, the committee recognised the progress which has been made by Police Scotland in terms of the quality of reports, both their content and presentation, and the impact this has on our own effective scrutiny. Thank you, Chair.
Appreciate the update. Can I open up for any questions anybody may have on the work of the Legal Committee? No, so that leaves the final report, which is from myself, which is the Policing Performance Committee. I will, of course, take it as read, but there's three things that I would just like to draw out. First one is really just building on comments that have been made by colleagues in relation to the consideration at this committee of committee effectiveness. It is so important, especially in the light of the best value report, that we continue to seek improvement in the effectiveness of all our committees. And as has already been mentioned, the stakeholder feedback is invaluable in helping us along that journey. The two other things I want to mention just briefly are we were impressed and pleased to receive the update on the strategic direction for roads policing within Scotland. It is clearly an area where sadly many people have lost their lives or have been seriously injured. So to note the approach that Police Scotland will be taking to try and make our roads safer for everyone, we were pleased to receive that report. And then the final comment that I just want to make is around the importance of partnership. There is always a section within the PPC in relation to partnership, and of course we have one of our key partners coming along later today, which is Cosla, and Councillor Maureen Chalmers. She is a member of the PPC, and she provides an absolutely fantastic and invaluable link into local government and through local government to the people and the citizens of Scotland, and how policing is impacting their daily lives. So just wanted to draw those three things out. Happy to take any questions that anybody may have. No? Okay. So final comment on the committee chair's reports. A previous chair always used to say that the heavy lifting was done within the committees. These are all live streamed. They're extremely important. So if anybody wants to find time to observe the work of the committees, then please do so. But just to extend my thanks to all the hard work that's done within those committees. So moving on swiftly then to agenda item number 5, which is the Chief Constable's report. This is the report which is submitted for discussion. So if I could just hand over to the Chief Constable.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning. Recent weeks have underlined the dynamic, challenging and broad range of crime and incidents police officers respond to, including the injury and attempted murder of people in Edinburgh, unacceptable violence and disorder during a football match, and supporting fire and rescue colleagues responding to the devastating blaze in Glasgow city centre. During the same period, policing continued to investigate crime, making arrests in relation to the murder of Jordan Gray following a public appeal, and secure criminal justice outcomes, including the conviction and sentencing of David Campbell for the murder of Brian Lowe in Aberfeldy in February 2024. I would take this opportunity to publicly reiterate the apology we offered to Mr. Lowe's family at the conclusion of Campbell's trial. Our initial response fell short of what Police Scotland and the public rightly expects, and we've since reviewed all policies and procedures around attendance at unexplained deaths. Returning to my report, and earlier this month, following a complex investigation, Lee Milne was convicted of the culpable homicide of his wife, Kimberly Milne, who fell from a road overpass in Dundee in July 2023. In the first prosecution of this kind in Scotland, and in close work with the Crown Office and Procurator Fiscal Service, it was established that Lee Milne's behaviour in the time leading up to Kimberly's death placed her in such fear that she took action to get away from him, which led to her death. Police Scotland will continue to hold offenders accountable and play our part in building a society where women and girls can live free from violence and abuse. My report also details county lines enforcements, which resulted in over 40 arrests, as well as dozens of vulnerable people, including children, safeguarded, and illegal drugs, weapons and cash seized. Our commitment to tackling organised crime is also underlined by convictions in relation to willful fire-raising achieved under Operation Portalage, with 4 men sentenced to a total of over 20 years imprisonment earlier this month. The policing response to these matters provides some insight into the intense demand on policing throughout 25-26, and I want to thank officers, staff and volunteers who stood up well under that pressure. As we deliver effective policing for communities, detailed planning has also been a focus for me. Along with members of my senior team and in close collaboration with the authority, I've engaged extensively with government and Parliament in recent weeks, including public evidence sessions with the Criminal Justice Committee and the Public Audit Committee to respond to policing's funding allocation and the positive best value audit of policing. These sessions have provided opportunities to highlight policing in Scotland's many strengths, as well as the challenges we are addressing and for which we request the support of partners and government. My annual police plan and the Scottish Police Authority budget outlined the priorities and the approach for 26-27 as we continue to make progress on our vision of safer communities, less crime, supported victims and a thriving workforce. This includes the ongoing national rollout of body-worn video. Just yesterday, we deployed this important technology into Glasgow Division, with 2,000 devices being provided for officers and staff, taking the total to over 7,000 across the country so far. We will conclude the national rollout of over 10,000 devices when we deploy into Renfrewshire and Inverclyde and Argyll and Western Bartonshire next month. Body-worn video is helping to improve the quality of evidence presented in court, to deliver faster justice for victims by increasing early guilty pleas, and reduce the time spent at court for victims, witnesses and police officers. Introducing body-worn video at scale across policing in Scotland has been a priority for me, and I'm grateful to CDIO Andrew Hendry and to his team who've pushed through the programme at pace over the last 12 months. As part of my commitment to strengthening community policing, we have expanded implementation of a new approach into Tayside and Fife, following encouraging early assessment from a pilot in Forth Valley, that we can provide victims with better service and reduce pressure on response officers. This week, I met and thanked officers at Methil in Fife, who are positive about the new community policing model and about the impact of body-worn video. with one officer explaining that since the introduction of body-worn video, they have not been cited for court. With a strategic approach to our buildings, we can make best use of our capital budget and move at pace to give our people better accommodation and provide communities with the right services in the right locations. A safe and secure country is a prerequisite for supporting cohesive communities which can function, thrive and flourish. In 26-27, policing will enable candidates and citizens to campaign and exercise their democratic freedoms in May and support Glasgow to host the Commonwealth Games this summer. Ring-fence funding also supports us to continue our focus on shoplifting and violence against retail workers. While responding to these pressures and others which will emerge in year, Police Scotland will continue to drive further improvements with a relentless focus on prioritising frontline services. We'll work with partners to develop a new approach to roads policing, including using technology to streamline cases from the roadside through the justice system and increase the use of education and diversion. We'll continue to identify opportunities for how automation and AI can build efficiencies and continue to improve our public contact arrangements. We will build on the progress of body-worn video, the digitally enabled sharing capability, and better summary case management as part of our commitment to work with prosecutors, the courts, and others to improve the experience of victims and witnesses and create efficiencies across the criminal justice system. Of course, later today, we hope to agree our budget. At this stage, as Chief Constable, I would make a few comments about the work to develop the budget and some of the implications for policing. A huge thanks to Sarah and the team who have turned over every stone to produce a balanced budget which prioritises our front line and invests in estates and digital transformation. Getting to this stage has been a massive effort right across the service, and there have been some extremely difficult decisions which are reflected in the budget document. This includes a 20% reduction in our overtime budgets and the release of temporary staff roles who are doing really valuable work, as well as a real grip on how we manage vacancies and recruit staff in the year ahead. We've discussed the significant value delivered through overtime, particularly in the context of Operation Portalage, as well as the overtime cost of managing protests and events around officers attending court. Colleagues released include civilian investigators, vetting staff and production workers doing valuable work to address demand that would otherwise have placed further pressure on officers or led to increased backlogs. I would also underline that any significant additional costs relating to public inquiries cannot be accommodated within our existing allocation, and also that we anticipate additional funding through the spring budget revision to allow for the cost of new legislation. We're prioritising our transformation programme for 26-27 and will focus on roles and projects which free up frontline officers and staff's time through better ways of working or by reducing demand. We continue to invest in improving our estate to give officers and staff better accommodation and provide professional spaces for the public, as well as body armour replacement, the maintenance of our fleet and prioritisation of cyber security. I've been clear that the delivery of the vision is dependent on investment and improvements, and that may be slower than we had hoped. Developing a budget which allows us to maintain officer numbers at around 16,500 in 26-27 has not been without consequences. I know the extremely challenging public finance outlook illustrated by the Scottish Spending Review, and we will build on our reputation for best value with a focus on the medium-term financial planning, better workforce planning and management, as well as a further 3-year business plan. The front line will continue to be my priority. We'll unlock capacity by getting more people back to work or deployed on full duties and freeing up officers from roles which don't require warranted powers. Balancing these imperatives with an understanding of the highly demanding nature of policing will be central to maintaining service for communities while developing a thriving workforce. The officers, staff and volunteers of Police Scotland will continue to be key to achieving these ambitions, and it is positive that we will be able to maintain officer numbers in the coming year. We are recruiting officers, particularly in rural areas, and my report outlines our recent intake of new probationary constables. I also highlight a number of awards, including my Bravery and Excellence Awards and recognition of one of our police dogs and their handler at Crufts. I have said there is a hero made every day in policing, and these are important and positive opportunities to pause and recognise the contribution our workforce and our police dogs and horses make to keeping people safe. I've been particularly encouraged by the focus and recognition of our response policing colleagues this year, and I pay tribute to their resilience, professionalism and skill in an intensely demanding role. My focus now and in the future will be on supporting and leading our front line to deliver efficient and effective policing which addresses threat, risk and harm to keep the people of Scotland safe. Thank you, Chair.
And thank you, Chief, for your report. As always, it gives us an insight into the breadth and the complexity of policing within Scotland. I note there that you understandably mentioned the budget and explained some of the potential challenges and opportunities around that. I'm not closing down any questions from members at this stage, but we will discuss that as a substantive item later on in the agenda. So with that, if I could open it up to questions from members, and I have several that I know wish to ask a question. So if I could turn first to Mary Pitt-Caithley.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you for your report, Chief Constable, as always very informative and helpful. I think we're always very concerned when we read about attacks on police officers and police staff, and this report is like most. There are such instances, which is very regrettable. But I wondered, simple question, is there anything more that the authority could be doing to support you in addressing these issues?
Thank you. Thanks for that question. And I'll ask Mark in a minute to provide some additional detail. I think and welcome that question, because I think we all have a responsibility to highlight where that violence has taken place, where our colleagues are injured on the front line, and a continual narrative from all of us that this is not part of the job. And like you say, we've seen that over the last 4 weeks or so, and I think it's important to keep that in the sort of psyche of all the people that we serve, and also in doing so we're providing through that communication and that narrative the support to those people who do a really difficult job and find themselves on occasions faced with people who want to inflict harm upon them. Obviously, our vision has a thriving workforce as is front and centre, and an absolute focus for us, both in terms of investment and also that continual improvement of the services that we offer to support our colleagues, particularly on the front line. And we've seen over time that psychological issues have an increasing and greater impact. And of course, we want to be able to respond when these things happen. But we all know, whether we're talking about supporting colleagues or more broadly about policing, prevention is better than cure. And that's where we've been investing more money and more resource in terms of those early interventions. But I'll ask Mark to give some additional detail on that.
Thank you. Yeah, I absolutely agree. I think one of the most important things that the authority can do is to keep us on our toes and to keep us looking at this matter, that we don't lose sight of the importance of it, and as the Chief says, that it's absolutely not part of the job, and we recognise the very challenging role that our officers and our police staff do in this space and every day. But sometimes it's also important to look back at the journey that we've been on in this space, as well as where we're going. So if we think about Your Safety Matters and the 6-year journey that we've been on, during that time we have increased our officer safety training from 1 day to 2 days. We've expanded the course. We've expanded what's included in that course to try and improve the safety and the outcomes of our officers and staff. We continue to focus on taser rollout, and within the available budget, roll taser out to as many officers as we possibly can. And of course, the other side to that coin is the wellbeing and that thriving workforce that the Chief Constable recognised. So, we have our wellbeing leads within the organisation. We have our Your Safety Matters champions that exist locally right across the organisation, and through our employee assistance programme and our approach to Interim and that focus on a trauma-informed approach for our officers and staff keeps us in the right space and trying to keep our officers and staff safe. And, it's an organisational response. We now are very much data-led. We have support from our analyst and performance unit. We look at the trends, we look at the analysis, and we try to make sure that the organisation, through the wellbeing, the officer safety training and frontline policing, is all connected to ensure that our officers and staff are as safe as they possibly can be.
Thank you very much. Yes, thank you very much for that. I think we've followed all of those developments with interest and provided support where we could. And I think it would be important to just reflect that officer safety, the safety of our staff and our officers, is amongst our highest priorities and will remain so. It would always come high on our list of priorities for investment as well. So we've seen investment in body-worn video, etc., as you've said. So you need to tell us what we need to do to help you with these issues, because we absolutely do not want to read about anybody else being injured. Most of us can go to work in the morning without worry about that. Police officers don't. So more than happy to support any efforts and, as you say, to keep you on your toes on this, but I don't think that's been necessary. So thank you very much.
Thank you for that question, Mary, and I think the board would echo your comments. If I can move on then, and the next person I have is Gary Forsyth.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and thank you, Chief. If I could echo other members' comments in relation to the report. The question I have is in two parts. It relates to the disgraceful scenes of violence at the Scottish Cup quarter-final. And the first part of the question is, following that, and your, in my view, rightful and very powerful condemnation of the clubs for their silence in the immediate aftermath, has there been any further engagement with the clubs so they can be involved in properly preventing further occurrences, as they should? And given that is likely to have happened or will happen, how will you seek assurance that they're actually going to deliver on what they say they're going to do on both the preparation for and on match days themselves?
Thank you. Thanks for that question. So to reiterate, at this meeting, the condemnation that we all feel and had when we saw the scenes on the 8th of March, and linking back to Mary's question. We have a strong track record of delivering and supporting events, including sporting events, including football matches, Old Firm games, and we are strong and valuable partners in this space. But the responsibility for safety within the grounds lies with the clubs and lies with the football authorities. We have had productive discussions across all the partners involved in involved in football, and Alan will provide a bit of additional detail. There will be a debrief in relation to the events on the 8th of March, and we're keen to progress that, because clearly there are further games to be played this season. We've made an offer to meet with representatives from both clubs, and myself and Alan met with Rangers yesterday with the Chief Exec. That was a productive meeting. Hope to follow that with an equivalent at Celtic, but it is our priority to ensure that the clubs and those that lead issues around safety, safe and secure games step forward and make the necessary changes so that we don't see the violence that we saw on the 8th of March. It's worth saying that obviously most of the people who come to the football are decent people who want to enjoy the game, and actually putting aside events on the 8th of March for a moment, most of the games this season have been fine in relation to issues of violence, and we've seen strong or good fan behaviour, but clearly a priority for us. So Alan will give you a bit more detail as to where we're up to.
Thank you, Chief. And to be honest, the Chief's largely covered exactly where we're at in this space. So I think your point about what happens next is absolutely key. And for me, this is about football self-regulating. So a number of processes have been are in play at this moment in time. So our colleagues in Greater Glasgow Division are working with partners round about the Safety Advisory Group, and representations have been made at that forum and are working with partners to take them forward. As the Chief has said, we've met the Chief Execs from Rangers, and that offer extends to Celtic Football Club, and we've made strong representations in that place, and they were constructive conversations. This is not an issue that will be resolved by significantly increasing resourcing at football. This is about the environment that the football clubs and the football authorities create to make sure that fans and supporters know what's acceptable within football grounds. And that's the role of the football clubs, who are the event owners and responsible for safety within grounds. But we have a strong track record of working with the football clubs in Scotland, working with the football authorities such as the Scottish Football Association, Scottish Professional Football League, and I think we have made progress in recent seasons. So it's very much about taking stock and working forward on where we're at just now.
Thank you for the question, Gary, and the responses from colleagues within Police Scotland. Can I turn now to Brian?
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm sort of continuing on a theme here, and I know you were asked a lot about this matter in the recent Public Audit Committee at the Scottish Government. I just wanted to ask, and perhaps you've touched on this already, get a bit of clarification. In the context of addressing the threat, risk and harm, what will the future impact be on resourcing the football matches going forward?
So if I'm really transparent, I think the impact of events and the impact of football brings a significant burden on policing. I cancel almost over 20,000 rest days every year to police football and to police events, and that has a direct impact on our ability to deal with threat, risk and harm across the spectrum, the sphere of what we're asked to do in the country. I think there are genuine opportunities where we can reduce the level of resourcing we have at football matches and events. But that's got to be done in a measured and secure way, and in partnership with the clubs and the football authorities. And that's how we're going about this. In advance of the last game, we have really experienced, credible commanders that work with the clubs to assess the threat, risk and harm of those events, and we resource accordingly to that. So these are done on an individual basis and to meet various different criteria. What's the intelligence picture look like? What's the current position of the league? What's the importance of the match itself? What are we seeing playing out in terms of fan behaviour and on occasion behaviours associated with footballers or the clubs themselves? So we make risk-based decisions on that basis. The level of resource we had at the last Old Firm game was the highest we had this season. So where we're looking to reduce resources from events, it's actually those events where we think there is less risk and we can be bolder in those places. And that's exactly what we're working to do. So we're looking ahead to the next Old Firm game. We've got plans in place for that, and we're discussing that with the football clubs and the authorities.
It was remiss of me not to welcome Pauline, who's now joined the meeting. If I can move on then to the next person that I have down here to ask a question on the Chief Constable's report, and that's Angela.
Thank you, and once again, thank you for the comprehensive report, Chief Constable. You've already referred in response to Mary's question about the importance of well-being as far as staff and officers are concerned. So, in the last few weeks, you'll be aware that there's been some media coverage on the application of the sick pay policy for officers. And I just wondered if you could maybe give us a bit of clarification on the consistency with which that policy is actually applied. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for that question. Wellbeing, to reiterate the previous point, is a large and significant focus for us, and through examination by the People Committee and the Audit Scotland HMICS report, it identified, and you've identified, areas where more support is needed for colleagues in terms of supporting them back to duties, back to work, part of a real drive this coming year in terms of increasing the capacity that we have to ensure that we can deliver strong policing and at the same time operate within the budget. Application of policies in relation to health and well-being, it's important that there's consistency to those arrangements. We've brought that consistency in relation to supporting officers who are modified and need some additional provision around them so that they can do meaningful work. And I've got a focus in relation to decisions about pay, that there is consistency and a national approach and the right support in relation to those officers so that we can help them back to the workplace. So very much a focus of mine that we have a consistency, strong application of policies, and we are encouraging and ensuring that we've got that thriving workforce. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on then, the next person that I have to ask questions is Nancy.
Thank you, Chair. I was interested in touching on the Strengthening Community Policing initiative, and you've gone from an initial stage in Forth Valley, expanding into Fife and Tayside, and I was interested to understand how you're going to do kind of a continuous learning, feedback and improvement loop as you roll it out wider, while still taking into account local conditions, because the whole point of local policing is that you do take into account local conditions.
Thank you. I think, first of all, the policing for our communities, as the Chief Constable has outlined in the report, is absolutely key to us achieving the vision and those strong connections between our officers, our staff and our communities right across Scotland. To reiterate, we're now live in 3 divisions, and we continue the rollout next into Argyll and Bute, and also into Highlands and Islands on the 17th of May. So we are learning as we go. We're seeing some really positive outcomes so far. We are seeing a reduced demand on our response officers, which is allowing us to increase our proactivity right across the organisation. Our community officers are having more time to invest in local communities and to really get back to a problem-solving based approach to policing, really working well in partnerships and deploying the new Community Police Officers Toolkit in the right way. But importantly, what sits behind that and delivers those changes is the Community Investigation Hub, and that ability for resolution locally through a designated team who can deal with lower harm and lower threat crimes by local investigation and by telephone. So that creates the capacity, but as you say, as we move from one division to the other, I think what we've learned is the importance of local leadership in this space. So this isn't about installing a national approach on each division as we go, but it's about learning as we go. It's about understanding what the local need in each of those divisions are and making sure that the local leadership teams and the implementation team for policing for our communities are absolutely joined at the hip and understand what implementation in that area looks like. We have done our own evaluation on the back of Forth Valley, and there are 2 further steps to that. The next step will be an independent academic review, and in due course, HMICS will come in behind that and do a further and more detailed inspection in due course as we continue to step through this. So we are continuing to learn as we go, and we're continuing to make sure that that local leadership and that local impact is really centre to this delivery.
That's helpful. On the continuous learning and improvement point, I also wanted to touch on the recent fire at Glasgow Central, where there was some excellent teamwork across Police Scotland, British Transport Police, Ambulance Service and other services. And I was curious as to how you're going to take any learnings from that excellent exercise of cross-service working and see what can be taken forward from that.
Thank you. As you say, tremendous partnership approach to that, and really grateful both to our colleagues and those across other agencies. We received positive feedback from the Chief of Fire and Rescue and also from the Chief Executive of ScotRail. We have a strong pedigree in this space in terms of working in partnership, strong connections across the resilience partners, and each one of these incidents and events is subject to that review, so that we can ensure that we are taking the learning at every turn. I think that will probably be led by fire and rescue in due course. Do you want to do that?
No.
Thank you, Nancy. Amina, I know you have a number of questions that you want to ask today.
Thank you. I suppose building on Nancy's questions on community policing, I welcome the comments about community cohesion in the report also. I'm just thinking about, I suppose, the current situation, the geopolitical situation, and wanting some assurance around the preparedness, I guess, and approach for any likely increases in coming months or weeks on protests, I suppose, given the war that's taking place. I suppose as a supplementary to that, regarding economic impacts as well, I expect that may have a knock-on effect on increases in retail crime. It tends to be a link between economic disruption and increases in that kind of crime. So I suppose it's just assurance that the continued work on strengthening the ongoing activity in that area will continue.
Thank you. I'll kick off with that, and Alan and Katrina will add some additional detail. Never in my experience has events, geopolitics had such an impact as now. You know, news is instant, and our commanders operating in this space, whether it's at a protest or whether it's at a sporting event, are very alive to these geopolitical issues that are driving or have potential to drive issues on the streets of Scotland. So the expertise that those people have and are required to have, certainly in the time I've been in policing, it is far more complex for them to understand. Often, what is quite nuanced at times, but we know that taking a human rights approach to the way in which we facilitate protest, really key to have a strong understanding and strong engagement with individuals to understand how the international can impact on people's views across Scotland. So that's the stance that we take and the position that we come from. in terms of trends. Alan will take the first bit and then Katrina will talk about community tension and cohesion. Thank you.
Thanks, Chief. I think we've seen a considerable change in the protest landscape over the last 12 months. And to bring that to life a little bit, we have roughly a 50% increase in the number of protests we've seen across Scotland in the last 12 months. To bring that to life, since the start of January, we've policed over 530 different protests. And as per your point in your question, we see the direct impact of international events, but also domestic events and politics. So roughly, well, over 40% of those protests relate to pro-Palestine support. Round about 20% of them relate to anti-immigration protests, and just over 10%, is reflecting your point, relate to protests in relation to the war in Iran. So we see lifetime reactions to international politics. We're really acutely aware that our response both to the immediacy of the protests can impact upon community cohesion, but our role as a broader partner across Scotland has impacted in that space as well. The structures we've put in place, so from the outset I've seen protests round about anti-immigration and asylum seeker accommodation. We put in place a national structure, which means that we coordinate across the country involving various departments such as local policing colleagues, importantly Katrina's World of Policing Together and colleagues in SCD, to make sure that we've got a consistent style and tone in our response to these. Our focus is really twofold: the immediacy of the protest, so to make sure we do that appropriately and the style and tone is consistent. So across Scotland, our response is largely community-based, so it's led by, on almost every occasion, local command teams with local officers. They are supported by national resource. Now, there will be exceptions to that depending on the intelligence picture or the threat, risk and harm, but that's the start and default position for us. We make significant use of police liaison officers whose role it is to engage with those organising protests and those who are potentially impacted by it, to make sure that we are operating with a no surprises approach, and we're doing our very best to educate and work with people in this space to minimise the impact on our communities. And Katrina will talk about the specialism her teams bring to that. But community cohesion is a partnership effort, and it's in the partnership space that most inroads need to be made, and our structures focus on that. The primary response to community cohesion is asking our local policing commanders to work with existing partnerships to focus upon the relationships and the communities that they best understand that are in their areas. And we've seen good practice develop across the country with existing structures either under community planning partnerships or bespoke structures being developed where work is ongoing in that space, and to make sure there's strong engagement and people have got a voice and it's listened to. We're also tied up with structures sitting above that in terms of Cosla have a forum where this is looked at, and Scottish Government have recently introduced a forum with the support of the Centre for Good Relations. So we're incredibly well tied into that. We do review where we're at though, because these are difficult at times and challenging protests to do, and it's difficult to, when you look at the volume we're dealing with, to get it right on every occasion. I recently had my team presented to an independent police advisory council explaining our approach to dealing with protests across Scotland and sought feedback on there, and supported by colleagues in Forth Valley Division outlining their experience of policing outside the Cladden Hotel. We have conducted our own internal debrief to make sure we've got lessons learned, and that we've got the benefit of lessons being shared from England and Wales, which we're taking forward. And we make use of Jane Gordon's, our human rights advisor, as appropriate in this space. What's really important though, what's come to light, is this is a change in international picture and it changes on a daily basis. So it's having these relationships and contacts in advance of this becoming an issue that's really stood us in good stead. And that's where I'd hand over to Katrina for the policing together aspect.
Thanks, Alan, and thank you for the question. I suppose where I would want to start is with the Chief Constable's commitment, which is, you know, when we talk about policing in Scotland, we do mean policing for everyone, and therefore the role of policing together is fundamentally about how we bring that to life by building the relationships in peacetime, so to speak, and building those relationships day in and day out that sustain us when there is increased tension or there is increased pressure. So the Policing Together programme has a dedicated communities pillar within that work, and we have invested significant time and resource and structures and processes to enhance our ability to build those relationships, to build those connections across our communities that sustain us when tensions do heighten. So, for example, as it relates to resources, we have a cadre of hate crime champions and advisors who work with us, and we continue to monitor sentiments, whether it is either a hate crime incident or a non-hate crime incident. We are supported by community advisors with a breadth of experience and lived experience and specialism to support us that we can deploy at various times to help be our voice, as well as helping us understand the real concerns that communities are facing. And we recently refreshed that community advisor programme, now got 38. We've also dedicated and created in this last year, and part of that, to be honest, was on the back of our understanding on the events that happened post Southport, and you'll have seen and remembered the violence that occurred then, and there was a real focus around what was different in Scotland, that we didn't see that, and how do we continue to build that community connection and cohesion. So we've done a lot of thinking and a lot of work to understand what more we could do, and that resulted in the creation of dedicated roles, community relationship specialists, who are working every single day out in our communities with our local policing teams, with colleagues and partners to build understanding of the role of policing and to be able to continue to build those trusting relationships that we so desperately rely upon. We've also got an independent Police Advisory Council that Alan referenced, and together with all of those resources, we've now got systems and processes again that help support that. So, for example, our community engagement tool, which is now on the mobile devices of all our officers and staff. So what we're able to do, officers will go out and engage with individuals and communities, and they're able to capture the sentiment that's behind that engagement. Was it a proactive or reactive engagement? What was the issues that were raised? And our team in Policing Together monitor all of that information together with a whole range of other sources, which I won't go into, we'll be here all day, but ultimately that monitoring every single day, social media, global events, information, intelligence, how our community's feeling, allow us to have a sense of tensions rising, and of course, no more so than of late in relation to the Israel and Iran conflict. So again, our team continue to support that through that daily monitoring. And as Alan mentioned, we continue to be supported in all of our work with human rights advisors as well, so embedding it as business as usual. But hopefully that gives you a sense of, Alan has spoken in detail about how we would respond to the protests and that increase. But if that's the only place we went to, then we would be missing the real fundamental element, which is building trust in our communities and building those cohesive teams. And we're demonstrated from our point of view, that level of commitment is strong.
Chair, the second point you made, I'll pick that up. So specifically in terms of economic impact of international events and directly related to shoplifting, as part of the Retail Crime Task Force, there's analysts work within that team. That is one of the types of issues that we'd be looking at in terms of what's driving those that criminal activity. Mental health would be one, drug, alcohol addiction, together with cost of living. So part of that focus for that team, and they specifically prioritise where there's organised criminality, as you're probably aware, in terms of teams often travelling from elsewhere in Scotland or elsewhere in the United Kingdom to target particular stalls across the country. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Amin, I believe you may have further questions, or they may have been answered.
I might just ask about a little brief update, if you could, on two operations. So Operation Begonia, which was a great amount of activity that's been described in the report. But I just wondered if there's been any kind of measuring of some of the impact of that. And similarly with Operation Lockstream, what are the next steps now that you've kind of once you've processed the learning from that operation, going forward, how is that going to inform the approach?
Thank you. I'll take those questions. And starting with Operation Begonia, as you've mentioned, for the benefit of others, is really the name that's given to our approach to commercial sexual exploitation. The Chief's report draws out some of the activity that's been ongoing in relation to that operation, and you've mentioned a question about impact, and one of the things that I'll touch on just in relation to that, and we've started to look and measure some of that impact, is looking at the number of interactions that we've had, whether that's men that have been charged or warned, or females that have been engaged with and referred on to other agencies, and just over a 2-year period, there's been over 500 interactions across locations in Scotland, and all of that gives us the opportunity, not just in terms of dealing with some of the incidents that we come across, but it gives us that opportunity for prevention. But what I would say about, and I think the important part about that operation, is to say that's one example that sits within our broader commitment of the organisation to tackle violence against women and girls. And we have obviously our strategy that's in place, and we still have a significant amount of work that's ongoing under the pillars around transforming our culture, because we recognise that sex and equality and tackling misogyny has links into, intrinsically linked into violence against women and girls. And so looking at, again, through my portfolio and Policing Together, the work there, as well as how do we build a trauma-informed organisation, so that when we're having those interactions, we're using them as an opportunity to engage compassionately and not to re-traumatise. How are we also enhancing our justice and victim support system? So how are we actually looking at the opportunities through digital evidence? And this board has had lots of evidence around how that has progressed, and how can we bring justice in a quicker way, and also looking at the links in relation to violence against women and girls that happen on the online space. And of course, within all of that, our continued focus around prevention and public engagement. So continuing to use, again, we'll go back to mention about community cohesion, but how do we reach and connect with communities and share information that's really important for our school-based officers? So how do we tackle some of the narrative that we see playing out? All of that work is led through our public protection team, and my team and Policing Together work really closely with them, so that we are getting both an understanding of prevention and enforcement and wider opportunities to improve overall, and ultimately to really get to the heart of reducing the curse that is violence against women and girls in our society. And you wanted on... Do you want me just to give you an overview on that one as well then? So Operation Lockstream, again, it is a multi-agency operation, and it primarily is around tackling organised immigration crime, led by my colleague, Assistant Chief Constable Stuart Houston. But ultimately, that operation is designed to tackle organised immigration crime. But of course, when you do that, you also have the opportunity to understand other elements of criminality, and the report draws out some of the results as a result of that intensification period in February, which was a multi-agency response, primarily looking at the movement of commodity and the movement of people through the exploitation of the common travel area, and the opportunity of using our combined resources and partnership tactics for that period in order to demonstrate our ability to protect our borders, and obviously to understand how it's been used and been exploited, and to continue to take measures to make sure that we are protecting both our air, sea, ports across the country. From my own experience, and I'm sure it's not lost on anyone here, you know, the common travel area remains a vulnerability, and it is a standing agenda item on the multi-agency tasking group that ACC Houston chairs at GART-COSH, and there's a number of things that they are looking at together with partners to continue to make sure that we're working as cohesively, another community to work cohesively and effectively in making sure that we're preventing the exploitation of those travel routes for elements of crime. And you may be aware, but the National Crime Agency have the common travel area captured within their, publicly captured within their national strategic assessment, and laying out some of the work that's ongoing and some of the areas that they want to focus on going forward around enhanced security, around digital transformation and data matching across partnerships. But specifically in relation to that operation, it was a 3-day intensification period, bringing all of that together, and they'll use the learning, going back to your earlier question, around opportunities for scaling that up more frequently across the country.
Thank you for those questions, Amina, and the responses from colleagues within Police Scotland. I think it really does highlight just how interlinked our world is today and the complexity of cause and effect in relation to the demands that are placed on policing. I know that Pauline, you've got some questions, and I think some of them may touch on the areas that we've just been discussing.
Thanks very much for your report, Chief Constable. And I was going to ask about the impact on policing of the war in Iran, but I think you've covered that both in terms of the social aspects, the threat, risk and harm, and also the economic aspects. But I did want to follow up on Amina's question about retail crime, and specifically you might be aware that last week the BBC ran a report around retail crime in high streets, and particularly trading in illegal cigarettes, alcohol, vaping, etc. And the report last week focused on the potential links to human trafficking and sexual exploitation, and I wondered to what extent we were concerned in terms of the impact of those types of crimes in Scotland, and what action we were taking to try and prevent. Thanks.
Thanks for the question, and the answer quite simply is that there continues to be concern in relation to retail crime for a whole range of factors. One, the impact it has on retail staff and those who should be feeling safe at their work. The impact that it has on our officers and staff in terms of demand. But we also recognise that very often, as the report outlined, that retail crime is driven by vulnerability. And we heard that already in terms of actually as the changing economic position having an impact on retail crime. And through our, we have our dedicated retail crime task force, and the £3 million of additional funding has been really welcome in terms of us being able to get deeper into our response to retail crime and how we target that. But it really is an organisational response because it requires data, evidence, trends. It requires partnership, working with trading standards, who obviously lead on a lot of counterfeit cigarettes, etc. So we continue to work very closely with a whole range of partners to deliver the successful outcomes that we need. But from a vulnerability perspective and the human trafficking element, a lot of that is actually driven by serious and organised crime, and so that retail crime into vulnerability, into serious and organised crime all have to be tackled together. And an example of that is Operation Dinos, is our approach specifically looking at vulnerability in human trafficking. And actually this started in the west of Scotland, and what we found was we had a number of care experienced children who were being exploited around about the retail crime and undertaking acts of retail crime. And on the back of that and some recent enforcement activity, we've been able to arrest 4 individuals who were charged with child exploitation, which comes under the Human Trafficking Act, and also been able to divert 6 young people away from this type of activity and into education or employment, and we will continue with our efforts to do so.
Thank you, Pauline. Andrew, could I turn to you for your question, please?
Both my questions have already been answered in quite some detail, so thank you.
Okay, thank you. Nicola.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chief Constable, for your really detailed report, and indeed in your remarks earlier you referred to the point on AI which was in your report. Recognising Scottish Government also published their AI strategy at the end of last week, which has a heavy reference on the opportunity in the public sector. Perhaps you could offer us some views on the opportunities that you think AI presents for Police Scotland, and what more as an authority or support that we could lend to help you realise that vision.
Thank you. Thanks for that question. So we have our data science team working in this area, looking at the way in which we can apply AI and advanced technology to drive efficiencies and effectiveness across policing, to automate processes, and to be able to exploit the huge amount of data that we hold across policing in Scotland, and moving forward with partners, and be able to bring that together in something that is meaningful, at the touch of a button. So they're the areas, and over and above that, a focus in relation to how technology and AI is used in more sensitive and covert areas of policing. I suppose the opposite of that is that we see opportunities seized on by criminals also to use technology in order to promote their criminality, exploit people, particularly vulnerable people. So always with an eye on how do we get ahead of those issues. The use of technology has to be done in a lawful and ethical way, and we use our rights-based pathway in order to ensure that there is appropriate scrutiny in relation to the application of any technology. But I have a real focus around putting the right tools in the hands of our people, so that we can work in the most efficient and effective way possible. Very recently, we've entered into some discussions with colleagues in the NCA who are also in the process of building what they call an AI lab. I think we have some good capabilities to support them and work collectively with them. So early days, but trying to explore some collaborative arrangements in relation to that. And as a national service, we're well placed to engage directly with the NCA in the development of AI across policing. So in terms of those collaborative conversations, that's where that sits currently.
Thank you. That was very helpful. I am hopeful that the strategy that was launched last week, which has a significant focus on public sector, will support those endeavours, and we'll be interested to see how the authority could continue to support you there.
And then just to add, I agree. I've talked about the large data sets that we own, that we have access to and we own. The further power, of course, is across partnerships and across particularly other agencies working in public service and working with a similar focus to ourselves in terms of safe communities and supporting vulnerable people. Thank you.
And thank you for the question and the responses. Technology is advancing at an ever-increasing rate, and it provides incredible opportunities, as you've highlighted, in working in partnership. But I was pleased to hear that emphasis you placed as well on the rights-based pathway as you adopt it. Turn now to Tom, who has some questions.
Thanks, Chair. The area I would like to discuss is around the Police Scotland International Academy and your International Development Board. I know that we very recently hosted officers from Malawi and Zambia. We've supported the Royal Falklands Islands Police with capability as they transition in their own organisation. And there's examples of cross-working with Scandinavian countries, etc. So it's about assuring us about the value to policing in Scotland of that global citizenship and the impact, and really so we can get a sense of reassurance that there's in terms of the pressures and budget, there's still a commitment to being a global citizen.
Thank you, Tom. Thanks for that question. And you've highlighted there some of the countries that we've worked with closely over the years. There's a team, just for broader awareness, there's a team within Police Scotland who are dedicated to international development and us working with colleagues across international boundaries, both to support them in their focus and their endeavours and building on good practice, but at the same time, us as an organisation being alive to what we can learn from colleagues across international boundaries. It's a well-established team and has my commitment in terms of our position moving forward. I don't know whether Katrina, did you want to add anything else in relation to that?
I think just really, and I know you're aware of that, it links to that wider piece of organisational learning as well, where it provides us the opportunity through obviously academia as well as the practical opportunity to share best practice. And as the Chief has mentioned, and Mark did earlier, you know, when you look back at the progress that we've made around that level of connection to international colleagues and being able to share best practice both to their benefit but also to our benefit, and then continuing to embed that in our processes more widely, that brings, you know, improvement to our actual operational capability, but it also brings improvement to what we spoke about earlier about trust and confidence, because we're connecting and learning from other areas and other aspects of law enforcement and or issues that people are grappling with across the world, and being able to bring that back in and build that trust and relationship and bringing it all together, Tom.
Thanks for that. I take real comfort from that, and just to commend that work. But having gone out globally, I want to come in really local now. I always say poor Glasgow at the moment, you know, this devastating fire, and the issues around the four corners with antisocial behaviour, and police taking steps regarding enforcement as well with dispersal. It's about reassurance around the proportionality of the use of these powers around dispersal, etc. And how are we supporting Glasgow in the regeneration of the city centre?
Thanks for the question, and undoubtedly a challenging time for our officers, our staff and our wider partnership colleagues right across Glasgow. We've already covered the fire, and I actually thought the wider resilient local resilience partnership response to the fire was first class, and as we've said already, we'll pick up the learning possibly with SMART 2 colleagues, and we'll probably, you know, that will lead us to some really important testing and exercising opportunities as we move forward, which is extremely important. But in relation to the dispersal zones, obviously that comes under the antisocial behaviour legislation. I think the first thing I would say is this is something that we do not use lightly. This is really the last resort where all other policing tactics and techniques, and importantly all our efforts in partnership with local partners and with local communities and businesses have been unsuccessful in bringing under control what we've seen in Glasgow, which has been a rise in antisocial behaviour, violence, and in particular drug dealing. Like I said, we don't take this lightly. We spend a significant amount of time before we enter into such a dispersal zone, working with the local authority, ensuring that this approach is understood and supported by local scrutiny. So it's really important that we have the buy-in and the support of those who hold us to account locally as we step forward. But most importantly, as we step through the enforcement process, and what we've seen so far is 94 persons have been dispersed, and that has led to 13 arrests. and as we hopefully bring the levels of antisocial behaviour and violence under control in a targeted and proportionate way, that we have a route out, and that's what's really important here. So we have our equality and human rights impact assessment ongoing, we have our community impact assessment ongoing, we are engaging with local businesses and local community members, and we have dedicated youth engagement in the area, because the last thing that we want is actually to create a bigger divide between policing the young people in the community that are there, but actually to work towards repairing that and to having that moving forward. So as we move forward, we have brought in qualified crime prevention officers who will be carrying out a detailed environmental visual audit, which will give us some tactics and techniques to move forward, and working in partnership with the local authority, with third sector organisations, and through that youth engagement, we look to find a positive way forward in that area.
Thanks for that, and I'm grateful for that answer. But even in that answer, we focus on youth, and the findings of the Scottish Government's independent working group in antisocial behaviour highlighted the risks of stigmatisation for young people in antisocial behaviour. And I'm sure that not everyone responsible for antisocial behaviour in the City of Glasgow Centre are young people. Can you give us some reassurances about actual measures to counter stigmatisation for young people?
Yeah, so the reason that I refer to young people is because the data and the analysis and the intelligence specifically to this dispersal zone is round about young people. Yes, there are others who are contributing, so we have other individuals who are perhaps addiction issues who are involved in antisocial behaviour in that area, but it's specifically a reference young people because that is what the issue is telling us in this particular space, and that's why we have dedicated youth engagement already in place in that area, and so we understand the problem before we enter into it, and we have solutions that are designed and built to take us out of it and to take us out of it collectively and proportionately as we move forward.
Thank you. I knew I would do that at least once today. So that's all the questions that I had noted in advance being covered, but can I ask around the room and look if there's any further questions? Mary?
Yes, thank you very much, Chair, and apologies for a last-minute question, but it's something that's becoming more, potentially more urgent on a daily basis, and that's the potential for fuel shortages as the war with Iran progresses. So not a day goes by, but the press is full of stories about fuel shortages. About a decade ago, ACC Waddle and I worked closely on the preparation of a fuel plan for Scotland and individual local fuel plans for individual local resilience partnerships. That was a challenging exercise, if I remember, Alan, but we did get there and we were ready for the fuel shortages that we anticipated then as a result of tanker driver dispute, not a war. However, the matter may be about to become top of the agenda again if the reports are correct. So I simply wanted an update on where we are with a fuel plan, nationally and locally, and the testing and exercising of the plans, and also looking at how well prepared our partners are to work with us and alongside you as Police Scotland, should fuel rationing become necessary. And obviously we hope it doesn't, but we have to be prepared.
Thanks, Mary. A very current, very topical question. So if I could pass over to colleagues to Police Scotland to respond.
Thanks for the question, Mary. Thanks for taking me back 10 years to a very challenging period. And fast forward 10 years, I'm now the chair of the Scottish Resilience Partnership, and that's broader resilience questions part of the remit there. So working with colleagues in Scottish Government, working with the Scottish Resilience Partnership colleagues through the Regional Resilience Partnership into local resilience partnerships is where we're at just now. Is a current challenge that we are tasking out to make sure that we're comfortable with where we're at in light of the developing picture, and it's one of these areas that we're focusing on just now. I'll happily come back and give a broader update on that to members.
Thank you. I knew you would know the answer, even through warning of it. So. But thank you very much. Thanks.
Thanks, Mary, and thanks, Alan, for the response, and I'm sure we'll take you up on getting a further update as this develops. So I'll once again turn. Is there any final questions from anybody? No? Okay, so the next item on the agenda will be the SP Chief Executive's report. But before we move to that, I'm going to do two things. First of all, I'm going to thank everybody for their questions and thanks to the Chief for the report, but importantly to you and the team for the comprehensive responses to the questions and the clarity that you've provided through those responses. And the second thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to offer everybody a short 10-minute comfort break. So if we could all be back here sharp for 22. Okay, thank you for all returning so promptly. As a trail, could we now move on to the next agenda item, which is item number 6, and it's the SPA Chief Executive's report. So, Chris.
Thank you, Chair. There are just 3 things I'd like to highlight which are not mentioned in my report. Firstly, the Strategic Police Plan, which was approved by the Board last month, has now been approved by Ministers and was laid in Parliament on Monday of this week. So that action is now fully completed. Secondly, I've received a response from Mr Ivan McKee, the Minister for Public Finance, in relation to the challenges that the Chief Fire Officer and I raised regarding capital spend and borrowing powers. This response reconfirms that current structural arrangements do not allow for borrowing without impacting on central government's ability to do so. In other words, as a central government body, any borrowing by the SPA would score against the Scottish Government's own borrowing limit. It's not an unexpected answer, it just reconfirms the status quo. I do appreciate the response from the Minister. I do, however, propose that this is picked back up again in the next parliamentary session, and we should explore all ways that we can exploit to continue to fund our investments. Finally, I wanted to highlight that the Cabinet Secretary for Justice and Home Affairs and the Lord Advocate have confirmed to Parliament that the implementation of Lady Angelini's independent review of complaints handling investigations and misconduct issues in policing has reached a point where any remaining recommendations are progressing through legislation and will be doing so in the form of regulations that will go live early in the next Parliament. As such, with all non-legislative policing recommendations now delivered, this is an appropriate juncture to stand down the Scottish Government's three-tier governance framework. This is an important milestone. Lady Angelini's review has been a catalyst for systemic cultural change and organisational development, and the changes made since the publication of the review have provided much more transparency and accountability and have improved the accessibility and outcomes for complainers. These sustainable improvements have set the course for the future and are not only vital for improving public confidence in policing, and are also beneficial for police officers. This has been a concentrated, multi-year effort across the policing system and should be commended. Finally, Chair, if you'll indulge me, I just wanted to mention and mark Mary and Tom's departure from the board, and I just wanted to pass on my own personal thanks. Mary and Tom have been a constant throughout my short policing career thus far, and I've really valued all of their wise counsel and the huge contribution that they've made. Also, I'd like to recognise the contribution made by Fiona McQueen and all the support that she's given me personally, and also to the SP corporate team as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris, for your written update, and then you verbally adding to that, and not a problem at all, indulging you in the thanks to outgoing members. So with that, could I please open it up? Are there any questions that anybody has for the Chief Executive? I have Chris.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Chris, for your report. It's really not a question, it's just a comment, and just something to reinforce, I think, as the incoming Chair of the Authorities Complaints and Conduct Committee, just to reinforce what you said about the importance of progress in relation to Lady Angelini's review and the impact that has in terms of transparency, and of course that is critical to our role as a police authority in terms of the enhancement of public confidence. And so just to underline your remarks there, and obviously to acknowledge that this will continue to be an area of focus for the Complaints and Conduct Committee, not least in the context of the development and implementation of updated conduct regulations later this year. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Chris. Are there any further questions for the Chief Executive? Okay, with that then, we'll move on to agenda item number 7, which is the Forensic Services Director's report. And we have our Forensic Services Director, Fiona Douglas, here to speak to that report. So I'll pass over to yourself, Fiona.
Thank you, Chair. My Director's report provides an update on the current position of forensic services with a particular focus on performance, demand, the budget position, progress in the final stages of implementing the new operating model, the strategic workforce plan and the maintenance of accreditation. Overall, the report highlights that forensic services is continuing to deliver against demand while simultaneously completing a significant programme of organisational change and operating within our defined financial envelope. In terms of performance, the data the report is based upon indicates that turnaround times and service delivery remain broadly stable across most disciplines. While there is some variation in specific areas, the overall position demonstrates that performance is being maintained at expected levels. This stability reflects active management of demand and prioritisation rather than surplus capacity within the system. Demand remains consistently high, particularly in drug driving toxicology, with sustained submission levels across core forensic services. This reinforces that the service is operating under ongoing pressure with limited headroom to absorb additional demand without impact. Specifically in relation to drug driving, the proposed budget settlement for next year will not allow for as much toxicology testing to be undertaken next year as has been the case this year. As such, a mechanism to manage this demand will need to be implemented. Forensic Services is progressing towards the final stages of the new operating model project. Implementation is largely complete, with activity now focused on embedding the model, standardising processes and ensuring consistent delivery across all sites and functions. This is a critical phase, and my report points to continued work on process alignment, best value and service consistency, which are essential to translating the operating model into tangible improvements in day-to-day delivery. My report sets out the current budget position, with delivery being managed within agreed financial constraints, with an underspend position of 1.1 million for the current financial year, which represents 2.3% of the overall revenue budget. This underspend is primarily driven by an inability to maintain headcount because of recruitment challenges and a considerable amount of movement within the internal forensic services workforce. There is clear evidence of ongoing cost control and prioritisation of resources, reinforcing the importance of aligning activity to available funding. My report also references the strategic workforce plan, which underpins both service delivery and the successful implementation of the operating model. This provides a structured approach to workforce sustainability, capability development and longer-term planning, recognising the specialist nature of forensic science roles. Importantly, my report highlights the need to maintain accreditation across forensic disciplines. This is fundamental to the integrity and admissibility of forensic evidence, and it requires continuous compliance with quality standards, robust processes and appropriately trained staff. Maintaining accreditation alongside service delivery and organisational change adds a further layer of complexity and reinforces the importance of consistency, governance and capability within the system. At this stage within forensic services, the emphasis shifts from implementation to outcomes, and my report provides evidence that the operating model is largely in place, supported by a clearer workforce strategy and financial framework, alongside early indications of improved consistency and control across the service. Forensic Services also continues to focus on the results of the staff survey, which were published in December. Whilst the results showed an overall improvement compared to the previous survey, particularly in relation to perceptions of senior management, there is further work ongoing to consider feedback from staff, with particular focus around bullying and harassment. Ensuring that our people are empowered to provide excellent forensic services in a positive working environment is a core outcome set out in our forensic strategy and will remain an absolute priority in the refreshed strategic business plan, which will be presented at the next meeting of the Forensic Services Committee. I'm delighted to report to the authority members that Forensic Services, in conjunction with the University of Strathclyde and the Leverhulme Institute for Forensic Science Research, based at the University of Dundee, has been selected to host the triennial European Academy of Forensic Science Conference in 2028 in Glasgow. This is the largest forensic science event in Europe and will bring well over 1,000 delegates to Glasgow in just over 2 years' time. This will be a fantastic opportunity to showcase some of the expertise and innovation that it's delivered across Scotland and the wider United Kingdom, and the benefits of collaboration within our active scientific community that exists across the country. In closing, our current position represents reaching a significant milestone. The operating model is in place, performance is being maintained, delivery is being achieved within budget, accreditation is being sustained, and the strategic workforce plan provides a foundation for longer-term resilience. The focus now is on ensuring that these elements are fully embedded and capable of sustaining performance, quality and stability over time. Thank you.
I'm grateful, Fiona, for your report and you speaking to it. With that, could I open it up to members for questions? The first person I have is Angela.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks, Fiona. Again, a really comprehensive report, and well done on the success of the conference. That will be great for Glasgow, as well as showcasing the skills that you have. I've got 2 points, Chair. Firstly, just to commend the work that you and the team have been doing on the strategic workforce plan. I know that it's been a couple of years in the making, but I think the way that you've approached it, the rigour and the robustness is commendable. And also just to reflect the fact that it is a dynamic document and it's something that you're going to continue to develop in line with demand and funding. So, so well done on that. I also wanted to ask primarily on the drug driving work, the toxicology work. In light of the budget situation, the forthcoming budget situation, I wondered what learning you've taken from the experience to date that might mitigate some of the challenges that we're going to face in the forthcoming year.
Thank you very much for the question and for your comments in relation to the development of the strategic workforce plan. We had an excellent partnership with Skills for Justice in the development of that plan, and I see it as being an incredibly important document to allow us to manage the size, the shape, the skill mix within the workforce moving forward. And also, it's a really important contribution in terms of our medium-term financial planning, which is a critical requirement in relation to the best value audit outcomes. In relation to drug driving toxicology analysis, clearly we have learnt a lot since 2022 when we initially experienced the challenges around cases being unable to proceed to prosecution as a result of laboratory delays. We have worked extremely closely with colleagues in Police Scotland and in the Crown Office Procurator Fiscal over that period to take a systems-wide approach to how we manage the issue of drug driving on the roads of Scotland. And we've had already, just yesterday in fact, some really good discussions about the implications of the budget settlement for next year and how we're going to be able to still continue to get the best that we can in terms of the analysis capacity that's available. We do have now a tripartite memorandum of understanding that sets out responsibilities across the whole system in relation to the delivery of this type of work. And I think we continue to work with colleagues to drive improvement across the whole of the system rather than just focusing on the part that Forensic Services has control over. So that work will continue and we need to make sure that we are prioritising effectively so that we're continuing to drive improvement in this area. We're also continuing to focus on education and prevention alongside the enforcement activity.
Thank you, and I suppose it's just an area for the board to keep at the forefront of our mind, given the important topic that drugs and the blight that it is in our society. So thank you.
That, Angela, and I agree. We do need to keep that at the forefront, and I'm sure the work of the Forensics Committee will ensure that remains the case. The second person that I have is Pauline.
Thanks very much for your report and for the work of your whole team in Forensic Services. I wanted just to follow up on the issue about the underspend and the causes of that and what's been done to try to address that in a sustainable way, particularly in the context of next year's budget proposals and vacancy factors. And also if you could say what the impact of the underspend is having in terms of you meeting demand and whether there's any opportunities in terms of demand and quality standards going forward.
Thank you, Pauline. And it has been a challenge for forensic services over a few years now in terms of being able to get to the establishment headcount and to maintain that. It does take a long time to train forensic scientists and forensic services staff, and it takes a disproportionate amount of time to recruit as well. I think one of the key challenges that we have had is around the implementation of the operating model, because we've seen as a result of those changes within the mix of the workforce a number of internal movements. Now that's been incredibly positive in terms of offering routes for progression for staff within the organisation. But it does mean that sometimes to fill a post you actually need to go through 3 or 4 different recruitment processes, particularly when we're encouraging external staff to join into the entry-level roles that we created within the operating model for the organisation. We're in a far better place in terms of being at our budgeted headcount going into this next financial year, which in itself poses some challenges in terms of the financial pressure that could cause. So we move into the year with the organisation broadly at headcount, which will be the first time, certainly within my tenure as Director of Forensic Services, which is positive in terms of delivery of the service. And it allows us to start to see some of those improvements in service delivery and in that consistency of process that we are now driving across the whole of the organisation. I think the model itself, the different routes into forensic services are also a critical point. So we've created apprenticeships, and I think we want to build upon that apprenticeship programme again to feed the roles into the organisation. Because we know that we need to maintain that operational capacity, the front line of forensic services in our support of our Police Scotland colleagues to make sure that we have sufficient staff. I mean, the budget for next year with the 20% reduction in overtime will also cause pressure. So we need to make sure that we are at that headcount in order for us to maintain the delivery of our services.
Thanks, Pauline. Andrew, did you have a question?
You've pretty much answered it, I think.
The question was going to be on the basis of demand and the fact you can influence demand to a certain degree. The concerns over the workforce and your introduction in your narrative, both written and verbally, in terms of the inability to recruit. But it's really encouraging to hear what you've answered in terms of Pauline's question, in terms of starting at full headcount for the year. So I think it's just be good to see an update on that. Thank you.
No problem. If I could just mention a quick comment in relation to demand. I think one of the key benefits of the model that we have for forensic science delivery in Scotland is that we're very much focused on the value that forensic science can bring. And it's about, yes, there's high levels of demand, but it's about doing the right types of tests and activities that are really going to make a difference in terms of supporting the police investigation, supporting the prosecution by the Crown Office, and also the evidence that we provide that can exonerate other people and take them out of an inquiry. So we can manage demand by making sure we maximise the value that forensic science can bring.
Thank you for that response. If I could turn now to Nancy.
Thank you, Chair. I was interested to see in your report when you were talking about the staff survey results, you were very frank about the fact that with regards to culture and respect at work, that there are some issues and that there have been reports both of experienced and witnessed bullying, harassment and discrimination. And I and the other board members completely agree that that's unacceptable. You say it's a priority for action, so I was keen to hear what your next steps are and how you're going to try and tackle this.
No, thank you very much, and it absolutely is the highest priority within forensic services to make sure that we have a workplace culture that supports everybody to be at their best. So we know that we have some feedback from staff that shows us that this is a challenge. We have a working group which we established just over a year ago now in relation to the survey. Around about 8% of forensic services staff sit on that working group, and really it's about listening to their lived experiences and then making sure that we are doing the right activities that are going to deliver the right things that are going to make a difference to the staff working within forensic services. So a key part of it has been listening to staff and understanding the experiences that they're having. There's a key piece of work around training and development of managers and leaders within forensic services that's underway. We will be progressing this year some active bystander training, which I think will be quite critical in terms of giving everybody in the organisation the tools to be able to challenge any behaviours which they experience that are not within our organisational values or what we would expect in terms of the culture that we want to have in forensic services. Alongside that, we've a leadership and management development programme, and we're introducing more of an approach around coaching skills for leaders. I personally have invited staff within forensic services to share any experiences that they feel they're able to with me. So again, we can make sure that we're targeting the right activities, and we continue to make sure that it remains a priority across every management and leadership role and for all staff within the organisation.
That's helpful to hear, and I think it will be really useful in the future if you can update the Forensic Services Committee on progress and how you're going, and also to the extent there is any way we can support you in those efforts, let us know what we can do.
Great, thank you, I will do.
Thanks for the question, Nancy and Fiona. Thank you for the response to that. Struck by your comment about a workplace culture that supports everyone to be at their best. And it's not just a comment, you've described the very active steps that you're taking on that, so thank you. If I could turn now to Gary.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and thank you, Fiona, for a very comprehensive report. My question doesn't actually relate to your report, so it may be that it's better directed to the Chief Constable, and it relates to the Biometrics Commissioner's report, and I know it was only published at the start of this month, but I wondered if there was any early considerations of the recommendations, particularly as it pertains to the timing of biometric sampling.
Yeah, thanks for the comment. I mean, obviously, as you say, it is a report which has only just landed, so it's right and proper that we give it, we take time to truly understand it and look through those recommendations. What I would say is there are a number of active measures that would concern the authority quite rightly, where we are already taking active steps. So from a criminal justice perspective, particularly round about the opportunity for our staff to bulk delete, steps are being taken immediately to remedy that. So I would give the assurance that where there are real critical issues that we are picking up, and we are undertaking work on those areas just now. I think more broadly, there's some really valuable considerations for us to look at. The Biometrics Commissioner speaks about the take-all policy. We are exploring best practice in terms of what our colleagues in England and Wales are doing in respect of taking samples from not officially accused persons, and we need to make sure that we get the balance right between police officer demands and custody staff demands to take these samples versus the threat and risks that are out there in terms of meeting that day-to-day demand. But I think what's important as well is that actually we take a huge amount of criminal justice samples and we take them very well, and the Biometrics Commissioner was largely positive in terms of how we take, keep, store and use these samples moving forward. So yes, there is opportunities for us in terms of looking to enhance our policy and to look at the way that we ensure that such deletions, etc., don't take place. But at the same time, I think there's a lot to be positive about in terms of the routine sampling of fingerprints and DNA and how we use them effectively across the organisation.
Yeah, thank you. That's very reassuring. Thank you.
And are there any final questions for Fiona? Tom.
Thanks very much. Clearly, it's a world-class service that we have in Scotland. You just look at serious and organised crime, the homicide reports that are reported. You look at those areas where the samples of the volume, the toxicology and sustainable services, that's ought to be commended. And an element of the revised operating model and the business case at that time that we saw potential in, you haven't really referenced, but just reassurance that it's still there, is moving into those samples which come from volume crime and where the investigative opportunity might be lost in time if we don't get in there. Are we making progress in that? Is it still a focus for you?
Thank you, Tom. So yes, it absolutely is a focus. The premise of the new operating model was really to deliver a faster forensic service in relation to undetected crime, and particularly around acquisitive crime, which disproportionately impacts local communities. We didn't receive all of the investment for the operating model that we sought, so there are some of the benefits which are challenging to achieve and will continue to be within the financial envelope that forensic services needs to operate within. However, the operating model has put in place structures that allow us to be far more responsive and resilient, and to allow multi-skilling, and we're just starting to see that come to life within the new operating model, which will allow us to be able to do more work ultimately in a faster way. So yes, it's absolutely remains a focus. There's still work to do, but that is absolutely where we need to make sure that we're delivering an improvement, particularly around the speed at which forensic science intelligence is provided in acquisitive crime.
Thank you, Fiona. And the Chief's indicated she wants to come in on this question.
Thank you, Chair. And what Fiona describes nicely complements, if I just move back to policing for our communities and the investigation hubs. So we are now in a position where we are responding to those crimes in a more timely manner in terms of the lines of inquiry. So that absolutely complements what Fiona's described there, and colleagues will know, particularly where you have crime at a local level where a pattern starts to develop, the need to ensure that whether the evidence comes through a forensic analysis or through other avenues, that we're able to really have a sharp focus to ensure that we don't get patterns of criminality that disproportionately affect local communities. So the two things come together in terms of a quality service to the public. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Well, in a final look round the room, all the questions. Thank you very much for your report, Fiona, and for the responses to the questions that were posed towards you. So with that, can I move on to agenda item number 8, which is the SPA budget for 26-27. And this is a report that is submitted for approval by the Chief Financial Officer, Sarah Roughhead. So if I can move straight to yourself, Sarah.
Thank you, Chair. We submit a balanced budget for FY 26-27 for discussion and approval, and this is the same budget that we presented and discussed at Resources Committee last week. We're also seeking approval of Appendix B to the pack, which is the proposed schedule of rates for FY 26-27. 3 key messages, if I may. So the budget allocation is challenging but manageable. That's the headline. We've established a balanced budget, which, as you're all aware, was a red line for us. We've received enough funding through both capital and revenue funding that, with assumed savings to the value of 24.6 million, allows us to protect the front line, including maintaining officer numbers at 16,500, restore the estate, and continue our digital transformation. Secondly, I spoke in February about risks and the individual and cumulative risks of some of the assumptions taken, and the 24.6 million of assumed savings is testament to this. Difficult decisions have been made, and to this end, we've drawn out in the pack the operational context of the budget together with the key risks. In particular, in my mind, a key single risk is the 20% reduction in overtime, but also those areas where we did not receive funding, such as public inquiry, and as the Chief notes, we have 6 ongoing inquiries in this year, and also we know the range of associated costs and team hours of these could be significant. Budget accountability, changing culture and risk appetite in certain areas, together with close financial monitoring, will be required. Finance will also continue to engage closely with Scottish Government throughout the year to quantify and secure funding where possible for discrete asks, those public inquiry costs, and in addition, the cost of delivering any new legislation, which specifically will be sought through the year through the spring budget review. Thirdly, and looking ahead, medium-term sustainable financial planning will be imperative in the context of the Scottish Spending Review and the infrastructure investment plan. We commit, in line with our best value recommendations, to developing a medium-term financial plan at the end of the summer, which can then be further developed as we progress our workforce planning considerations. The pack contained an awful lot of detail, so I thought I would run through some of the key sort of financial summary, but also the key assumptions that we've included within the budget this year. We've received 1.6 billion of resource funding, with an additional 3 million funding for retail crime and 2.75 million for review of group-based child abuse and exploitation. As I said, the budget allows for officer numbers to be maintained at 16,500 and for staff FTE at 5,760. The average staff vacancy factor is assumed to remain consistent to this year at an average of 5.4%, albeit we've applied a more consistent application across corporate and enabling functions. The vacancy factor, however, will be required to be actively managed with continued governance and scrutiny on recruitment. We've ring-fenced 18.8 million of the resource funding to reform and transformation projects in year. Typically, we've ring-fenced in the past around 20 million, but this year we've allocated 2 million to help support BAU activity in the current year. Just over 4 million of over-programming has been assumed within that reform and transformation programme. And when I talk about over-programming, this is where, due to the complex multi-year nature of investment, delays will naturally occur. And so we build in an element of over-programming or slippage to ensure that we deliver and maximise our budget as much as possible. Significantly more challenge has been given to transformation projects as part of the budget setting process, ensuring that we have a real clear focus on delivery and alignment with strategy and risk appetite. In terms of capital, 87.3 million of capital has been allocated, and that includes assumed in-year receipts. A limited balance of slippage and over-programming has been included at 2.3 million. This limited level reflects an increase in pace of delivery that we've seen in the current year across estates, digital and fleet. Measures to closely monitor project process and spend will of course remain in place, and will continue with the capital investment group, as well as taking a deep dive at half year to review where we are using the estate's prioritisation matrix and the transformation matrix to establish shovel-ready projects and ensure agility within years that we maximise the budget that we have. In terms of key assumptions that I'd like to draw your attention to, so the total resource budget has increased 5.5%. Pay costs include the 3.5% pay award, but do not include any assumption on further pay inflation guarantee, which is a risk. And that's a risk, particularly, we were talking earlier about global macroeconomic events, and that is a risk here, which could adversely impact us in the coming 12 months. Staff pay costs within the pack look to receive a higher proportionate increase than officer costs. And this is predominantly due to a technicality around the reinstatement of employer pension contributions, because we're expecting per the triennial valuations for those to increase back up to levels. So that looks like a higher increase than the officer cost, but it's a specific point there. Non-pay costs show a 2.9% increase for Police Scotland, but that masks some real significant ups and downs within that pay line. A 2% inflation assumption has been assumed in line with Scottish Government's guidance across our non-pay lines, but again, linking into the macroeconomic environment, we have not accounted or been explicit in changing our assumptions for movements in the last 10 days of what's come out. So again, we will have to flex in year and monitor that very closely. We are, in terms of that macroeconomic environment, we are protected somewhat from some forward fuel buying through Scottish Government. However, we're exposed with a large fleet, estate, and of course that pay inflation guarantee that links to our current year pay award. 7.6 million of savings and efficiencies have been assumed across non-pay, travel, car hire, accommodation, etc. And there is no VR or VER budget in year. Any VR or VER programmes will need to be planned for FY 27-28 or be self-funded within year. These assumed savings are masked by an uplift to estates and digital, which we were very clear throughout our planning of the budget that we wanted to protect in terms of continuing our capability and restoration. In terms of savings, the total 24.6 million of savings are required. Some of those are already banked and achieved, as those, particularly those around workforce modernisation. Others have to be delivered in year. Despite positive outcomes, regrettably, a number of workforce modernisation roles have had to be released and or paused. Overtime, as I mentioned, is the single largest risk within the budget. We've assumed a 20% reduction on the current year levels, but it's worth noting that we are currently running over that current year budget in year by 2.1 million. And also officer rates will also be increasing, adding to the pressure that assumption will be including. Engagement across the organisation has already begun, with a change in culture and risk appetite to achieve this. We will maintain the overtime management group to continue to monitor spend and also share best practice across the organisation. In terms of risks, as I said, we did not receive additional funding for public inquiry, and we have 6 inquiries ongoing. New legislation we expect to discuss with Scottish Government throughout the year and receive funding through the SBR. Fiona spoke to drug driving. Further rollout will be limited within the current funding allocations and volumes will be monitored closely. As noted, there is both individual line and cumulative risks. Whilst we will have less agility than perhaps in previous years, given the size of the savings assumed, we do also have other areas that we could move into, subject to create that agility in year if needed. And that would be looking around slowing the pace or reducing expenditure around specific projects, temporary staff, or looking at our staff recruitment in further detail. In summary, it's a challenging but manageable budget. And finally, before I open up to questions, if I may, I'd like to put on record my absolute thanks to the finance team and wider organisation, who've worked incredibly hard to develop the budget, particularly this year on a very tight time schedule, and their dedication to exploring all options across the organisation. So thank you.
Thank you, Sarah, for steering us through this paper. That's appreciated. Could I first of all hand over to Chris Brown, who, as well as being the Chief Executive, is the accountable officer, for any comment?
Thank you, Chair, and thanks especially to Sarah and the team for what has not been a straightforward exercise. The timescales were compressed, and it was a lot of work went into just achieving the minimum standard of a balanced budget, and I think that the team should be thanked for that, and everyone within the organisation for participating in the process. I think we've got to a really good place. I think, as Sarah says, that there is a level of risk within the budget. I think it's an appropriate level of risk. It's challenging, so delivery of budget will not be straightforward, but I think with the right degree of over-management, if you like, throughout the year, it's definitely achievable, and it creates a very solid platform, I think, for what needs to happen next around medium and long-term financial planning, strategic workforce planning, and, as the Chief has alluded to previously, really maximising frontline capacity and capability whilst, if you like, simplifying and right-sizing the cost base in order to achieve that as well. So it certainly comes with my support. And just finally, I'm also, so I realise there will be questions to this, I'm also supportive of the approach that's been taken to some of the external pressures around public inquiry costs and legislation as well. I don't think there was much discretion in the decision that's been taken to exclude many of these. I think it was essential given the level of funding we had and some of the uncertainty around some of that as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Could I now turn to Pauline Howie, who's our Resources Committee Chair, and ask her for any comments.
Thanks very much, and thanks, Sarah, for your paper and the introduction. The Resources Committee considered the proposed 26-27 budget in detail at its meeting on the 19th of March. And as Sarah has set out, the paper does propose a balanced budget, but significant savings will be required to achieve that. And as Chris has just explained, some assumptions have been made, some significant assumptions have been made around future funding, for example, the risk of higher inflation, new legislation, increased public inquiry activity. And as the paper sets out, there will be operational consequences of the budget. So those areas of risks, assumptions and operational implications were reviewed by the Resources Committee, and assurances were sought from the Chief Financial Officer, the Deputy Chief Constables and the Director of Forensic Services about the deliverability of the budget and the impact on strategic outcomes for policing. There's no doubt that there will need to be a continued focus on transformation and reform in order to deliver those strategic outcomes in a sustainable way. And before any significant organisational change is designed, we expect full trade union and staff association engagement in that process. I have received a letter this week from Unison about concerns regarding implications for the workforce and engagement of the workforce, and I'm sure the team will make sure that that is addressed going forward. As Sarah said, the budget will be challenging to deliver, and so the Resources Committee will work closely with Sarah and the team to receive regular reports on the progress of the budget and on the development of the medium-term financial plan aligned to the strategic workforce plan and the 2030 vision. I also want to lay on record my thanks not only to Sarah and the finance team, but the whole team across policing in developing this budget. They've worked extremely hard in a short period of time to develop this, and the Resources Committee is content to recommend that the board approve the budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Pauline, for your comments, your explanation, and for commending this budget to recommending this budget to the full board. So, with that, can I open it up for questions? And the first person that I have is Brian.
Thank you very much, Chair. I have two questions, and if I may, Chair, with your perseverance, I'll ask them separately. The first one is really about public inquiries and about a future approach to these in terms of funding. Public inquiries, I know, are out with the control of the organisation. My understanding is they're becoming increasingly frequent. They are important, very important devices, but my understanding is they generate very significant cost implications for the organisation. I think, if I recall correctly, 25 million related by this organisation to one inquiry recently over a number of years. What I want to know is about how we go forward with these, particularly new public inquiries. And I suppose what I'm trying to get some idea of is whether we'll be clearer perhaps about asking for direct funding for future public inquiries, and being better at explaining the impact on core functions if these are not fully funded. Because my understanding is there's kind of two main things that happen with public inquiries. One is the opportunity cost of officers and staff that have to attend and give evidence, etc., and support the inquiry. And secondly, it's about the legal representation cost. So I just wonder how we're going to do that, taking it forward to try and get some recognition of that implication.
Thank you. Thanks for that question. And you rightly highlight where the cost comes to us. But first of all, recognising that the decision to hold a public inquiry is important in providing answers to families and ensuring that there's full transparency and candour by public authorities in relation to the issue that is under examination. And the most recent announcement by Scottish Government was in relation to the group-based violence decision in terms of a public inquiry. So our position is to enter these with full candour and ensure that the inquiry has the full cooperation and all the information required from Police Scotland. The cost comes, as you've said, there in relation to legal representation, but also in relation to officers and staff working to produce the material that is presented and examined by the inquiry, and that's probably more substantial than the actual time in terms of giving giving evidence. I think we've discussed at this board previously, there has been a cross-party examination and report instigated by Scottish Government as to the importance but also the impact and cost of public inquiries in Scotland, and there were a number of recommendations made in relation to them, and I imagine that that will be picked up post the 7th of May by the new government, because this only has an impact, of course, on policing, but across many public sector bodies within Scotland. So, to reiterate, important that we are there to answer and provide transparency to families and people affected. At the same time, a significant financial impact on us. And together with the public inquiries, we also have the fatal accident inquiries, which again require legal representation and the same degree in terms of examination and disclosure of material, so that the chairs of those inquiries can reach the appropriate outcome.
Thank you for that, Chief. Brian?
Yes, thank you very much. I could move on to my second question, if that would help. My second question is really about the staff budget increase in the staff vacancy factor. Now, to me, that the way I read that or interpret that is about the length of time that it will take to recruit to vacancies is going to increase. I just wonder if you had any sense that you can give us about what that might mean in terms of time delays, in terms of filling vacancies, how long it might be carried for, the number perhaps.
Thank you for your question. And thriving workforce is absolutely our priority. In terms of core staff numbers and vacancy factor, they will remain the same for the year ahead as it was this year. What we've done is our vacancy factor, we protect the front line, C3, CJ, in terms of they have a lower vacancy factor in compared to the average across the organisation, and corporate and enabling functions have a slightly higher vacancy factor. That what we've done this year is the average remains the same, but what we've done is made it fair across those corporate enabling functions and consistent, such that it's one vacancy factor that we're working to. It won't make a change in terms of this year to next year, but what we are saying is that we need to, because the budget, there's increased risk and we need that accountability, we need to more actively manage that vacancy factor. So we're asking our leaders across the business to monitor that, think about their recruitment and scrutinise that recruitment more closely in terms of validity of what roles are most important and how quickly do I need to recruit them. But the factor is the same, so it shouldn't cause any impact in terms of how quickly or not that we need to recruit.
Thank you, Sarah. I think Brian's content with that. If I could move on to Chris.
Thank you, Chair. And can I join others in congratulating you on the work that's gone into getting the budget to this point. I recognise that significant pressures involved, and it's to one of those that I just want to ask the Chief Constable for some reflections, and that's in relation to the operational pressures in relation to unmet mental health demand. I mean, obviously this is it's a critical area for partnership for us, but it would be helpful to hear about your evolving thinking on responding to that pressure in the context of all of the pressures on the budget as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for that question, Chris. So we are developing a new, I'll describe it as a new policy position in terms of our response, recognising that there will always be a place for policing in terms of Article 2, responsibilities, a right to life, and those incidents that requires our intervention in terms of support, negotiation, and ensuring that we protect life. But it's probably well covered at this board and others that over and above that, we are receiving many hundreds of calls a day often from family members of the people who are in distress. And I think that indicates a gap where other agencies are not filling the needs of those individuals, because it's a strange concept that policing is your first thought when you've got a family member in distress. Important for me to say that there are areas of the country where our partnerships are strong and there is strong and good provision for people in crisis, vulnerability, high anxiety, and we've welcomed all of those. But there's a point at which, having worked in collaboration, in partnership, negotiating, persuading, highlighting the gaps in provision, that there becomes a point, which I indicated at the previous board, that we now need to reset our policy position in this space, because policing is responsible for a significant amount of delivery, whether it's in the Crown space, whether it's in the broader public protection, CT threats. We've described issues around the roads, we've described issues around protest here today, and in order to ensure that we can continue to deliver in those areas of business, that is only down to police. And Katrina has said this better than I can previously. That's mental health, and our primary objective is safe communities and justice. So a resetting of the policy position, lots of consultation to take place with key stakeholders, including the PERC, including colleagues, public sector leaders across the various NHS organisations. But I need to reset that policy position to give our frontline officers the support and permission that we will step back from our current commitment around mental health and anxiety. It's not our primary role. We're very clear what our primary role is. But tools like body-worn video will create opportunities, I think, to provide that reassurance to our frontline officers, and at the same time support sergeants and inspectors in making good risk-based decisions that don't, on a very practical level, don't have officers sitting for hours and hours and hours in A&E when there is other demands on policing that you would expect and the public would expect us to meet. So a shift in the policy position, and Katrina's team are working on that. Interestingly, I had a conversation with a colleague from Northern Ireland last week from PSNI. They are facing the same challenges that we are. I don't want us to move to a very binary, we are not going. We will continue to make those assessments, but we need to make it clear that this has to be something that is supported by those that are trained to deliver this, and not the first port of call being policing.
Thanks, Chief. Chris, are you comfortable there?
Thanks, Chair. Thank you, Chief Constable, for a very frank and candid response. I would expect nothing less in the circumstances. Obviously, it's an area that we as a board will continue to take a very keen interest in as you go through the work to do the policy reset, as you've said. I think what you've said, obviously, notwithstanding that, does underline the importance of making partnership work as effectively as possible. And certainly in the context of any reset, welcome your assurance around not going down a binary route because of the sensitivities involved. Thank you.
And if I can add to that, Chair, absolutely two things: recognising our well-being duty, but also a sense of this organisation and its culture. So people, our officers and staff, are predisposed to support and help. That's in the DNA of the organisation. But at the same time, and as recently as Monday afternoon, again, sitting with a team of response officers, positive feedback in relation to issues such as body-worn video, the new Policing for Our Communities approach, but that mental health demand being the issue that challenges them every day when set against other priorities, and some of those being importantly about prevention and proactivity and getting ahead of issues rather than reacting to requirements to ensure that people remain safe across Scotland. Thank you.
Thank you. If I could move on then, Gary.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and thank you, Sarah. Can I add my compliments and admiration to those already expressed for everybody that's involved in this? I know just how much work is involved in pulling together a balanced budget, which is obviously non-negotiable, but to do that with the constraints you've been operating under is truly impressive, so congratulations to everybody. My question, you've touched on a bit already. It relates to the savings that are set out on slide 19 of the pack. And you have reassured me that in the event of these not being delivered in some form, you've got some contingencies in place. But there is an inference in the RAG status that's been afforded to 3 of those risks in terms of their deliverability, that they might not be deliverable, and that's the overtime, the contingency, and the non-pay. And so it's just seeking your assurance that you're not asking us to sign up to something which we don't think is deliverable, but rather it's extremely challenging, and also that if we can't deliver these, they'll be monitored and the substitutes will be brought in to counter that.
Thank you. Yes, and you're right. So to reassure the board, this has not been a paper exercise. This has been with strong, detailed engagement across the organisation and across senior leaders around the table. So we are not presenting something that we as an organisation do not think is deliverable. We believe it's manageable, and I think to sort of add testament to, we will continue that close monitoring. We will continue areas such as the overtime management group, the capital investment group, and just to flag that the best value audit that was published actually highlighted the strength of our financial management and governance in delivering balanced budgets. So we will continue all that good work. In terms of deliverability, over time, that is the biggest challenge, and we flag that as a sort of risk simply because it will, everything that we've been speaking today, require a changing risk appetite and culture in the right and appropriate areas. We also have, and we've been really clear in terms of engagement up to this point, but also continued engagement with our commanders and leaders across the business as to where we are with that and what sharing good practice and key learnings throughout the year. In terms of non-pay lines, yes, we have sort of an amber operational risk with that. That's more of a cumulative risk because we've dug into a lot of lines and there's a lot to manage there. But also we've challenged ourselves not just on the cost cutting, but on the income raising. So it's that cumulative effect that's raised there. But I think that's much more achievable in terms of, I'm less worried about that. In terms of, so we will continue the overtime management group, and we will continue to monitor it closely. We will come back as to Resources Committee quarterly. But the 3 levers that I talked to, they're the remaining levers because they were the least appealing to pull in terms of wanting to deliver that balanced budget, and that remains around slowing the pace of change and transformation. We can do that, and there's unfortunately also a lot of temporary staff around those projects and transformation. Rightly so, we need a balance between permanent and temporary staff. So that could be an area that we could either slow pace or look into. There's also areas around staff recruitment. So we have maintained core staff levels, but if we needed to, we could really look at that vacancy factor. We could be really stringent in terms of pace of recruitment, to Brian's point, in terms of that does give us a lever to help manage if we are coming under significant pressure in year. But we will be absolutely explicit. We'll also update Scottish Government, and if there are discrete additional asks or new asks around projects, transformation or capital, discrete asks that we will go into Scottish Government and ask for funding, being really clear about the benefits of what that investment could create.
Yep, thank you. Thank you.
The question and the response. Sarah, the Chief Executive would like to come in and add to your response.
Yeah, thanks. If I may, just for an extra layer of assurance, although Resources Committee is every quarter, I think our teams discuss budget deliverability and risks on a weekly basis, daily basis actually. So if anything were to emerge in terms of any of those risks crystallising into issues in between resources committees, then members would be made aware of that.
Thank you, Chris. Nicola.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to all the team across Police Scotland for a very comprehensive approach to a difficult position. I'd like actually to pick up on that theme that Gary has posed here, and I appreciate that the transformation piece might be a leverage when we're in a difficult environment. But I guess that also is our opportunity for the future and the sustainability as we set ourselves on that course. So what's our opportunity there to perhaps use transformation less as a leverage? And where could we perhaps explore other opportunities strategically to think about maximising other income as an opportunity?
Thank you, Nicola. And I've been absolutely clear in terms of objectives for the year ahead. It can't be just cost cutting. It's got to be income top line growth as well. Now, policing is not a commercial entity. It won't be. We recover costs, but we are very aware that that there is a lot of funding within Scottish Government, but across the UK as well, that we need to ensure that we are taking advantage of, and also that we are being consistent in terms of what we are charging for across the national organisation. So they're areas that we will be looking into throughout the year, and we will start building into our medium-term financial planning. As I said, it's also looking at other areas where we could earn income, for example, using England and Wales as examples, and leaning into Scottish Government, not just around the Treasury items that Chris mentioned earlier in his response from Mr McKee, but also other areas such as proceeds of crime and our ability or inability currently to be able to use that income. So there's lots going on, and I think we are working in partnership, and we a lot of partnership working and income funding is already being achieved, and we can see that through our income challenge that we always sort of go above and beyond every year through our monitoring. But I think there is more to do, and we will certainly seek that out from an operational perspective. Do you want to go on?
Thanks. Yeah, just to possibly bring some kind of operational perspective and some of the kind of localised layers to that. I mean, we have some really good examples at very local level of really effective collaboration where we will pool funding together and then actually seek funding from other localised opportunities through community planning partnerships and third sector opportunities locally. At the national level, we are also continuing to look at what more can we do. So at the moment, we are looking with Scottish Government at the Innovation Accelerator through CivTech to see what data can we bring, what data changes can we bring across the criminal justice sector to try and bring improvements that will impact not just on policing, but will actually impact across the criminal justice sector and bring demand out of the system. And also, I think as we look ahead and look at some risks to slow down some of the transformation, we can actually still expect to see some of the benefits coming through from work that we've already done. So body-worn video, summary case management, which we know has taken 47% reduction of citations away from police officers, and that should continue to increase as body-worn video and some of the other work that we're doing takes efficiency not just out of operational policing. We spoke about police staff vacancies, but actually some of this takes demand right and efficiencies right across our whole organisation. So from that operational perspective, we will continue to look at investment opportunities locally in partnership at that national level, particularly in the criminal justice space, and as we look forward towards public digital contact and other ways of taking demand out the system. And at the same time, we will look for the benefits of some of the work that's already in train, as I said, through body-worn video, summary case management, and hopefully all of that will begin to take some pressure out the system.
Thank you. It's really encouraging, actually, particularly in that UK industrial strategy, our innovation environment, to hear how you're leaning into that. And I hope that does present more opportunities. So thank you.
Alan, you'd like to come in on this?
Just to build on what Mark was describing there and what we presented at the Performance Committee last week. So the new model, the strategic direction for roads policing, is essentially totally built in the space you're asking about. So partnership with Transport Scotland, who are offering to fund certain aspects of our change in model, it has been absolutely, at the centre of what we're doing, looking at legislative change and how we can change our operating model to increase education, but also as part of a funding model to continue that education and enforcement drive. So I think all of the ACCs, all of the directors, what you're asking about is exactly the space we've been tasked to look at and try and develop our business and operating models.
Thank you. And again, that kind of thematic approach is really really welcome and I think encouraging for sure. And those case studies, if you like, that you're now starting to bring to the table are really valuable. Thank you.
For the question and the responses, could I turn now to Andrew?
Thank you for your introduction today and also answering the detailed questions we had at Resources last week. I've got two questions. My first was actually on the levers that you'll pull in the event of an overspend occurring during the year, which obviously you answered in response to Gary's question. If I may, though, I could make an observation. It's unfortunate but understandable that slowing the pace of transformation was the first line in the answer to that question, and I just hope that when we see the medium-term financial plan later in the year, that we can find some way of having less slippage and transformation moving forward. My second question just related to procurement and the fact that procurement increasingly is moving to a revenue model. I just wanted to understand what challenges that creates for you in terms of allocation of new projects between revenue and capital.
Thank you. And so if I take sort of the procurement question in terms of, we have a strategic procurement function working alongside our business partners and the organisation. So we are anticipating sort of ahead of time what the need of the business is. And we also look at using strategic procurement frameworks to ensure that pipeline spend can be brought forward when appropriate, linking in with the estates prioritisation matrix and the transformation matrix. When we're looking at that digital transformation, and I raised this in the Finance Administration Committee just last month, lots of our digital capability will be moving from legacy capital on-site premise functionality to cloud-based solutions which require license fees and they are resource funded. So that's the key issue that you're speaking to and recognising, and we're recognising that as well. When I was at that committee, it was recognised by the four other partners that are on the committee across Scottish Government. And it wasn't explicitly articulated within the Scottish Spending Review as to how that would be sort of considered going forward. But we raise it and we continue to raise it with Scottish Government. We will include this. It will be a key part of our medium-term financial planning. So I suspect we will look at very different in terms of that capital resource balance 18 months, 2 years from now. So it's imperative that we build that into our medium-term financial planning. And also when we're looking at our transformation projects, we don't look at that initial capital and one-off reform spend. It's that resource BAU tail that we need to build into and make sustainable through our planning. So we're very aware of it. We know the path on individual projects. We just need to now build it into that sort of formalised medium-term financial plan.
for that, Andrew. Does anybody have any further questions in relation to this? No. So, notwithstanding the responses we've already received in relation to the questions and the assurances provided through that, can I just seek reassurance from the Chief Constable, the Chief Executive and the Directorate Forensic Services that the budget is adequate for you to fulfil your responsibilities? So if I could perhaps turn to you first, Chief.
Yes, thank you. I am confident that what you've heard from us in relation to this item and the budget and all of the work that has preceded it gives you the confidence. It certainly provides me with the confidence that we have put in sufficient measures, cultural change, and are very, very clear as to what the risks are with the budget, but also what the mitigations are, and we will continue to focus on threat, harm and risk and delivery of the vision, safer communities, less crime and supported victims, and I'm confident that we will be able to achieve that. Thank you, Chair.
Chief, could I turn now to the Director of Forensic Services?
Thank you. Yes, I can confirm that the budget is sufficient to allow forensic services to discharge its statutory duties. The only exception I would put to that is what I mentioned in my report earlier with regards to drug driving toxicology related provision, where we will not be able to provide as much testing next year as we have done this year. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Fiona. And finally, if I could turn to the Chief Executive, who is the accountable officer.
Yes. Yes, Chair, I can confirm that is adequate.
And thank you for that, Chris. So now could I turn to the members and ask them to approve the SPA budget for 26-27 and also the schedule of rates and events and other services for that same financial year. Okay, so the budget is approved. I know that everybody has already thanked the teams that have been involved and developing this balanced budget. But can I also add my thanks? I know that it has not been an inconsiderable effort that started well, over a year ago probably in terms of thinking about it. So thanks to all the teams involved in that. You've highlighted that it is a balanced budget, there is risk attached to it, you are thinking about the future and creating sustainable budgets going forward, and you've emphasised the need for continued transformation within the organisation. So that is much appreciated to everybody for all the work we've done around that. I'm going to ask before a break for lunch that we have a slight change in the agenda. We have colleagues from Cosla joining us, and if we could take that as the next agenda item when we come back from lunch, because I know that they're on tight deadlines and have other meetings that they have to attend this afternoon. Okay, so if we can break now, and if I could ask us all to be back here at 1:25. Okay, thanks to everybody for returning so promptly. I hope you've all enjoyed your lunch, and thanks to the staff here for providing it. What we're going to do, as we agreed prior to breaking for lunch, is we're going to move straight on to agenda item number 12, which is the Cosla update. And I'm delighted to welcome the President of Cosla, Councillor Shona Morrison. And she is accompanied today by Councillor Maureen Chalmers, who I'm sure certainly those of us that are on PPC are very familiar with Maureen and very appreciative of the contribution that she makes. So with that, could I hand over to Councillor Morrison and Councillor Chalmers for their Cosla update, which is for discussion.
Chair, thank you. Councillor Chalmers and I very much welcome the opportunity to provide a brief overview of Cosla's current priorities and to highlight key areas of relevance for the authority and for Police Scotland. Before Maureen and I provide a brief overview of our report, I'd like to note that I greatly value the strong and constructive working relationship the Chief Constable has developed with me as President, with Maureen in her role as spokesperson, and with the wider Cosla family. Joe's open and collaborative approach has been deeply appreciated. We were particularly grateful for the recent invitation to the Police Scotland Excellence and Bravery Awards, which was an honour to attend. And we very much appreciate her willingness to engage directly with our members. The commitment to partnership working is both recognised and sincerely appreciated. Turning our attention now to Cosla's paper, I'll begin with the financial context, which is critical to everything that follows. While the recent budget includes some additional funding for local authorities, it nonetheless falls significantly short of what local government requires. There remains a projected funding gap of over 500 million across councils, as reported by the Accounts Commission, alongside growing pressures on health and social care. Importantly, the cost of agreed pay increases alone for local government employees exceeds the additional uncommitted funding provided. In practice, this means councils continue to face very difficult decisions, including reductions in services and workforce pressures. This context is important for policing partners as the wider system in which policing operates is under sustained strain. Cosla has also published its manifesto ahead of the 2026 Scottish elections. This sets out 6 priority areas centred on strengthening the core enablers of local government, finance, workforce and democratic powers, alongside delivering for communities and for our future generations. The key message here is that a strong local government is essential to strong public services overall, including effective policing. One of the priority areas outlined in our manifesto is that of thriving and cohesive communities. Community cohesion is a significant and evolving area of focus for Cosla and our local authorities. We are working closely with local authorities, Police Scotland and other national partners to share intelligence and respond to emerging trends in the context of increased protest activities, misinformation and tensions, including those linked to asylum and refugee issues. Recent joint work includes the Four Nations Commitment to Civility in Public Life, a briefing for elected members on facilitated marches, parades and protests, a hate crime toolkit for local authorities, and ongoing work to develop a civility action plan with Police Scotland and others. This is an area where joined-up intelligence sharing, consistent messaging and shared leadership are absolutely essential. Cosla also continues to work with Police Scotland colleagues to deliver Operation Forward, awareness sessions to elected members with strong engagement across Scotland. Over 800 councillors have now participated, which I think is about 2/3. This has been an important step in strengthening understanding of safety and security for our elected representatives, and we are now considering how best to sustain, improve and build on this work. I will now hand over to Councillor Chalmers to cover other relevant areas of work set out in the paper.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. As SPA board members will be aware, Cosla leaders endorsed the refreshed Cosla Police Scotland SPA Partnership Delivery Plan in November 2025. and leaders indicated they would like to see our organisations continue to focus on 4 core priorities: local scrutiny and accountability, prevention and early intervention, health and well-being, and resource and investment. Work is progressing on the plan, including to translate it into a more detailed action plan with additional milestones and responsibilities. Cosla continues to see the plan as an important vehicle for joint delivery, and its importance only increases in the current financial climate. Our report also highlights that Cosla and the Scottish Government recently launched a long-term joint alcohol and drug strategy, preventing harm, promoting recovery. The strategy marks a significant shift from crisis response to a more sustainable long-term approach, and importantly represents the first time Cosla has co-led a national strategy in this area. Delivery planning is now underway, and this will require close partnership working across agencies, including policing. Finally, in relation to community justice, Cosla continues to engage on a range of developments in this space, including emergency early prisoner release and the recommendations of the Sentencing and Penal Policy Commission. We welcome the Commission's proposed strategic shift towards prevention, early intervention and community-based responses. However, we are clear that this transition will only be successful with sustained investment in community justice services. Chair, to conclude, across all these areas there is a consistent theme: increased demand, constrained resources and growing complexity across the system. In that context, Cosla is very clear that collaboration between local government, the Scottish Police Authority and Police Scotland is more important than ever, and we're keen to continue strengthening our partnership through the delivery plan and beyond to ensure that we make the best possible use of our collective resources, align our priorities and deliver for the communities we all serve. Thank you.
Thank you to both Councillor Morrison and Councillor Chalmers. Before I open up to questions, I would just re-emphasise the importance of that collaboration and partnership working. It's proven invaluable in the past, and I'm certain as we go forward and face the challenges that you have so eloquently outlined in your report, it will be invaluable to us. So thank you for that. So can I open it up now, please, for any questions? And the first person that I have is Nancy.
Thank you, Chair. In another life, I'm involved in carers organisations, so I'm very aware of the impact on social care of the tight budget. I would be interested in having both Cosla's and the Chief Constable's views on what do you think the impact will be on policing given the almost certain increase in vulnerability that will result from that tight social care budget.
Thank you, Nancy. If I could turn to our colleagues from Cosla to respond first.
Nancy, thank you. My background's mental health nurse, and so more than aware of the pressures we feel in our community as we see difficulty in reaching our social care budgets all throughout Scotland at the moment. So you'll appreciate we've launched our manifesto. Our clear ask to an incoming Scottish Government still has a very clear focus on the deficit around social care, and we'll continue to lobby as hard as we can for that. We are obviously very focused on a preventative model, but over the years we know that with local authorities not receiving as much as they need to cover all the growing services that we have to cover, we know that it's incredibly difficult to make everything balance. But our focus is as much as it can be on that preventative work, and when we can prioritise that, we do. Obviously, it's up to each local authority to settle their own budgets and to balance their own budgets, but we'll continue to give as much advice as we can and advocate on behalf of our members for a fair funding settlement.
Chief, can I invite you to respond, please?
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to start, and I'll pass on to Mark, but echoing in relation to what you've said, Shona and Maureen, about the relationship, very, very strong, very candid, and one of the key pieces for me, benefits of that relationship we have, is the forums with your colleagues across the country, where I can get that direct feedback in relation to how policing is operating at a local level, how people feel about that from a confidence point of view, from a perception point of view, which is important, and identifying where we can further improve, or where I'm able to say to colleagues the recognition that comes at our last meeting forum, specifically your colleague from Edinburgh talked about Operation Moonbeam and the value of that, our collective response with partners in relation to the fireworks. So that's one of the key really valuable pieces for me in terms of that feedback. But I'll ask Mark to pick up the direct question, Nancy.
Thanks, and again, I'd reiterate the Chief's commitment to that ongoing relationship with Cosla, which seems to go from strength to strength every year, and really sits on top of really strong and developing local relationships between our local authorities, our community planning partnerships, and our divisional commanders and various other staff at a local level. I think the reality is that as vulnerability increases in society, there's no doubt that causes an impact on policing services and takes us back into some of the conversations we've had around about how does police find ourselves in the right space where we provide policing services and policing support that is right and appropriate. And it's through that continued collaboration and that focus on prevention that we need to take this conversation forward. Because it's actually not just in the Cosla space, but when we look at health, social care, education, reducing services all across all of these areas has an impact for policing, and that's why we need to, one, continue those relationships, and two, be very clear on the understanding of the impact that has on our policing demand. But we know we're really working in a positive way in terms of that. We're working with Cosla to look at some of the reductions in services that we've seen and some of the impact that pushes across onto policing. There is loads of great work through our health and social care partnerships, through our ADPs, our alcohol and drug partnerships right across Scotland, and lots to be positive about. But to go back to the more strategic level in funding, I absolutely agree that what we've seen through the Antisocial Behaviour Working Report and what we've seen through the Sentencing and Penal Commission is that we do need, and we would support that call for continued investment into community-based services which tackle vulnerability and allow us to work more effectively as a partnership across the country.
Thank you for those responses to Nancy's question. Nancy? Do you have any further questions?
If I turn my mic back on, that will help. I was curious also with respect to community justice policy, if you could maybe touch, both of you, on your anticipations for the coming months in that space.
So in the wider community justice space, it is quite challenging just now, and particularly for community justice social work, because there have been a lot of pressures on them for some time now. And obviously early prison release and the Bail and Custody Act and all the other work that's going on there is quite challenging. I think that's why it was really, really important that we participated so fully in the sentencing Bureau Policy Commission, because it was enabled us to kind of really give quite detailed information about what another model could look like. There is some good work going on around about community justice social work as well, round about the support and justice social work as a profession, and making sure they get the support and development and improvement opportunities that they need as a group of social workers. You'll know that in some places justice social work sits within the wider council, and in some places within the health and social care partnership. It's not delegated in some councils. So that kind of work is really quite challenging, but we're trying to do as much as we can to support, and we're very engaged in the broader community justice delivery plan.
Yeah, likewise. I mean, I suppose at the strategic level, we've got a really positive relationship with Karen McCluskey and the team at Community Justice Scotland, and that goes wider across all of the community justice partners. And I think as community justice partners, we've got a collective responsibility to make sure that community justice is operating effectively We are joined in broad agreement with Community Justice Scotland that we need to make some improvements around about areas like electronic monitoring of bail, arrest referral, and a number of different services that we deliver across Police Scotland. But I can give you that assurance that between ourselves, our criminal justice partners, Community Justice Scotland and Cosla, we're trying to make all the improvements that we can with the resource and funding allocations that we have.
Thank you, Nancy. Could I move on now to questions from Pauline?
Thanks very much, and thanks very much for your paper and coming along today. Good to see you again. I had 3 related questions around investment and resourcing. I noticed in the manifesto you're calling for multi-year funding settlements, and I wondered if you could give us some idea of what difference that would make at a practical level in terms of our communities and safer communities in Scotland. And my other 2 related questions were around that investment in prevention and the opportunities for further collaboration between local authorities and policing in terms of what the priorities might be in that space in the coming period. Thanks.
Thanks very much for the question. So sorry, can you repeat the first one? So I was focusing on the second. Sorry, beg your pardon.
Sorry, it was around the multi-year funding proposal.
So that's been a priority since I've been in the role as president for the last term, and probably prior to that as well. So multi-year funding gives us the ability to obviously have a real clear focus on prevention. We hear all too often from our local authority colleagues that it's really difficult to do that long-term planning when you don't know what your settlement's going to look like. I mean, I think we can all appreciate how challenging that would be, even if you think about household budgets. If we don't know what it's going to look like next year, it's really hard to plan. So there's a clear steer from all of our officers, our councillors, that it would make a huge difference if they just had that assurance. It also allows us areas that we find particularly take up a particular amount of resource year to year around pay negotiations, etc. When we have quite a limited resource and staffing, that would obviously free up our officers as well to concentrate on those longer, those larger impact pieces of work. So I think it's something that we continue to lobby the government on. We've had some success when it comes to our pay deals, so that's been great to see, and it's made a huge difference when it comes to the uptake of the resource at that times of years. But we'll continue to make that case for our member organisations. So as we go into the new government, obviously that will be conversations that we continue to have and continue to press for. And with that comes reduced reporting as well, because obviously that takes up a huge amount of time that again could be better spent, I'd like to say, looking at all those preventative measures. That sharing of that sort of longer term and planning as well. We've got our community planning partnerships, which is that should be the forum that we have these discussions in, how we can collectively come together to ensure that each budget is prioritised to our most vulnerable and to the greatest needs. So we try to make sure that we've got a consistent model, and I know that's something that the Scottish Government has been very focused on over the last couple of years, just ensuring that there's a consistent model within CPPs that we don't see right now. We have some really good practice in some areas, and some that don't seem to just be as cohesive as others. So it's just about getting that consistency, I suppose, in approach. But that absolutely is the forum where we all come together, and when it comes to prevention and ensuring that those most vulnerable in our communities get the support they need. That's where the work should and could happen. Maureen, I don't know if you've got anything to add.
I would just add one wee bit which is relevant to what we all do around this table. So if we have multi-year funding in local authorities, it allows us to pass that on to the third sector and the organisations that we work closely with, who all support the work that we do. And that's a challenge. And I know at national level, for example, all the violence against women and girls organisations have just received a 5% uplift, much needed, and a 2-year funding arrangement. So that's given them a wee bit of stability, and we all know how that impacts on what we do. But also, things like our citizens' advice bureaus, our community organisations that are the safety net within our communities. If we have multi-year funding, it allows us to pass that on and make sure there's that more cohesive approach locally in all our communities.
Thanks very much. Multi-year funding is one of the areas that we've been focusing on as an authority, along with Police Scotland and forensics too. So I'm sure there's further work we can do collaboratively in that space too. Thanks.
Thanks, Pauline. If I could now turn to Angela.
Thank you. Thanks again for the report. I suppose one of the things I'm interested in, given that we've now entered into the pre-election period, is the work that you're jointly doing in civility and public life, not just in relation to politicians, but in relation to those who are in leadership positions, who seem over the past several years now to be under increasing challenge, both online and in person from time to time. Could you say a wee bit more about the work that you're doing collectively, between the two organisations? And it's heartening to hear just how strong the partnership is, what's happening nationally, and how that might then feed into what's happening locally, given the local elections next year.
So just for those who don't know, we held a civility roundtable it would have been May time last year. So very well attended by all our partners, and Police Scotland were of course there, as were the SPA. So we've had a number of streams of work that's came from that roundtable that we're still working on. So that the governance model for that is through our Barriers to Elected Office and Special Interest Group, which met yesterday. So one of the clear focus for our joint work with Police Scotland is Operation Forward, which I've referenced already. So that is the protocol by which elected members can alert the police if there's a particular difficult incident within their community. So the model was originally for England, so it's taken a little bit of tweaking here and there just for it to sit within the Scottish nuance, if you like. And we're still getting there, because obviously we had some discussion around remote and rural councillors and the difficulties they face, and that is particularly challenging. So that's absolutely a direction we need to explore over the next 12 months. But we've had great engagement from our elected members. As I've said, we've had 800 councillors, which is no mean feat, attend the briefings. They take about an hour and they cover all sorts of things, from misinformation to personal security. So that has been really well received. And those members who have had reason to contact the police to report incidents within their community, it has been robustly dealt with. And we've had a great opportunity to feed back any issues that we needed ironed out. So that's one particular piece of work, Angela, that's been incredibly effective. And I think as we go into the Scottish Parliament elections, come out the other side into what will be the council elections in 2027, we'll have a good base about what we need that to look like going forward into 2027 for our new elected members. So that's been great to see that develop as the year's gone on. The opportunity to sit around with all our partners also has opened up discussions around media, local reporting, etc., which has been really helpful. We've had good discussions with the BBC around the upcoming council elections and how local communities get to know their elected members, and again just make sure that we've all highlighted that kind of difficulty around sort of clickbait articles, as we've seen sort of local journalism not as representative as it used to be. So just making sure that that's correct and accurate reporting kind of lands as well as it possibly can with our communities. So areas like that we've seen some real progress in, and we'll continue to work through all those different streams as we go into the next election. So it's been really helpful. We did have some really difficult times over the last budget setting process for a lot of our predominantly women councillors. So it's been I think we've all seen the positives of having a model like Op Forward that we can steer them toward. But again, it's about those relationships with our communities, and it's incredibly difficult as we see, hard funding decisions made and services withdrawn from communities. It's not unexpected that there would be a feeling of disenfranchisement from those people within our community. So it's just making sure that our engagement is there, that our local authorities have everything they need to engage with our communities. But yes, it's been challenging, but we're definitely seeing a way forward now. Bonnie, I don't know if you're getting to add.
Just a very quick word about how that then links into local. So the Community Wellbeing Board, which I chair, I don't think we've had a meeting in the last year without this being an item for update or for wider discussion or for input from an external partner. At the last board meeting, we had show racism, the red card, and it led to quite a broad discussion. Councillors want to work with communities to help address the issues and help make sure people feel safe in their own community. But when you're seen as a part of the problem, it's really difficult. Not everywhere, but there is a kind of social media take on that. So one of the good things that was helpful, I think, in starting to explore, and we'll take a bit further, is what can we do to support councillors to do that work with? Who can they do it with? How can they do it to make sure that our community organisations, community groups and the wider public get to understand the role of their councillor, but also get the space to air the concerns they've got, which often when it drills down to it, and this came out in a board discussion, is often fear about the future. Fear about the security of their home or their job or their children's future. And if we can start to kind of look at how we support that kind of conversation, that might just help people feel a wee bit stronger in their community. So I think that's a longer term piece of work, and one I think that needs us all to work together on as well. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, thanks for that question and the responses. Can I look around the room? Does anybody have any further questions? Andrew.
Thank you for that, Chair, and thank you for a very interesting and in places worrying paper. I had a question which was essentially the same as Nancy's question on social care, because with another hat I work in that space as well. But I wanted to take it a bit further down to the granular level and ask the Chief Constable, what opportunity do we have to record trends in increasing growth in, say, non-crime, social care interactions, and then go to Scottish Government to try and get targeted monies to fund the gaps that we have clear in expenditure, or to run pilots to try and reduce instances of interaction?
Thanks for your question, and I suppose I'll start it by looking through the lens that the Chief Constable articulated around the role of policing, and at times where availability has taken us into a space where not necessarily most appropriate. So mental health a good area to look at how we're capturing some of that. So a lot of the demand, as the Chief Constable has mentioned in that space, is linked to both partnership demand and demand that doesn't require policing to either respond in the first place or remain in that space. But of course, you can take that across more of our systems into broader vulnerability. So as an organisation, we've got our concern hubs across Scotland, and a big part of that was to understand the competing demands, because all of this comes together. No one person sits nicely within any of our structures or labels or titles. And what we are able to do through our national vulnerable persons data, through things like our mental health dashboard now, is to try and understand not just the demand, but what's sitting beneath it, and then have those conversations, as you've rightly mentioned, with government, with other partners, to be able to demonstrate that actually policing is starting to move into a more inappropriate remaining provision. Mental health, as I say, been a really good example, and what more we can do to support. One of the areas, and I was going to highlight it in any case, just linked to the prevention element. Police Scotland, together with partners, have also got and are co-located at the Scottish Preventions Hub. So a big part of that is about working again together to identify vulnerability in place-based communities, so that we can continue to identify the trends. And one of the pieces of work in there, which is really exciting, is a common data platform, so that we can bring partnership data together, understand that level of demand, and then use that to target our interventions in a joined up way. And all of that is about securing also funding, which we currently have, but how can we do that more broadly across a range? So there's a lot of work that's ongoing across both individual aspects, thematic areas, but also under the broader commitment around what is our collective approach to prevention as partners across Scotland.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. And I don't know whether our colleagues from Cosla want to add anything to the response there. Okay, thank you. The room, and I don't think there's any final questions. So if I can just indulge myself for a second, we've spoken already today about community cohesion, and you draw that out in your report. So I wonder if you could just expand, slightly on the work that Cosla is doing in relation to community cohesion and that partnership work that's ongoing with colleagues within Police Scotland.
Thank you. We've tried to provide a leadership role in developing this work at national level, because I think it emerged within local authorities quite early on that this was an issue. And we have raised it, we've done it in different ways. So we've first of all tried to support our colleagues on the ground with whatever resources, and we've worked with Police Scotland and other partners to find those resources to support people in the short term. So folk will remember there was particular demonstrations we did at some primary schools that were providing ESOL support and that kind of thing. So we've brought in the support to help people on the ground. Then we've kind of our convention, which is, we've got another convention coming up on Friday, but at convention last year, we raised this formally and agreed that we should take that leadership role a step further and work with national partners, and not just national, but across the 4 nations, and the President in particular, and myself to some extent, I've been working with our colleagues across the 4 nations on this work. At national level, I've written to CAPSEC, Social Justice, and we're working with the Minister of Equalities, up until now, obviously, as we have a pause now until a new government comes in, but we're doing that work collectively, and President's picked it up with the First Minister to look at how we have a national governance, a national strategy that takes that work forward collectively. So we've tried to provide that leadership nationally and locally, provide resources locally by working with partners, but we know we've got some way to go in the coming year to bring that together.
Thank you for that response. That's really helpful, and I do wish you every success in that leadership role and working with partners. So it just remains for me then to thank you for coming along today. We are very appreciative of the joint working that we do, and we're very appreciative of the report that you provided. There is clear interdependency between the work that goes on within local government and within policing, and that emphasis upon collaborative work and partnership going forward, I think will maximise the benefits for, as you said earlier, the communities that we all serve.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. So we'll return now back to agenda item number 9, which is the annual police plan. And this is a report that's for discussion, and it's submitted by the Chief Constable. So if I could please ask the Chief to speak to this.
Thank you, Chair. So the annual police plan is before you for discussion, and following this it will be laid before Parliament. Earlier in the agenda I described and outlined the challenges and focus for the organisation, and they're contained within the plan. I'll just say something in relation to strategic alignment with other priorities and the engagement that has gone on in producing this document. So it draws on the strategic policing priorities of Scottish Government, the authority's strategic policing plan, our 2030 vision and our 3-year plan. And it is underpinned by our values, which run through all of our work. So the plan reports on the progress we've made in the previous year against the milestones, and provides reassurance that the focus of the plan is aligned in relation to our performance and accountability framework, and focuses on delivery. So extensive consultation has taken place to pull this plan together. Scottish Government, other political leaders, yourselves, Cosla, Solace, HMICS, Crown, other blue light colleagues, local authorities, the trade unions, staff associations and the Scottish Police Federation. That identifies to you the extensive consultation. Picking up in terms of the partnership work with Shona and Maureen from Cosla, what will then flow out beyond this annual police plan is the development of the local policing plans, 32 local authorities, and that ability to bring local context in partnership and focus on the priorities. So the plan takes the strategic intent, the deliverables, aligns with the performance framework. And finally, I just want to thank the strategy and planning team who pulled the annual policing plan together and carried out all the consultation. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. I know that several members have already indicated that they wish to ask questions, so if we move straight over to questions, and the first person I have on my list here is Amina.
Thank you. Thank you for the plan. It's great to see the reflections on year 2, but also obviously the work ongoing for year 3. Just reflecting, I suppose, though, on year 2, and there's detail of a lot of activity that's taken place. I suppose I'm just thinking about some of the impacts of that activity, and particularly, for example, around the anti-racism activities which you've detailed. There was mention of the training which has been rolled out, and that's going to continue in year 3. If you could give an indication of if you're starting to see perhaps some impact from that work already, and also just assurance that going into the next year, beyond racism itself, all forms of discrimination will continue to be a focus for Police Scotland.
So to reassure you, absolutely that's our focus, to be an anti-discriminatory organisation, and the thematic function that Katrina leads in relation to our policing together is our approach and our commitment to that work that then supports delivery across the organisation. Well, I'll ask her just to give you some additional flavour and details and how we're monitoring through the cultural dashboard. The all-important question is, are you making progress in this space?
Thanks, Chief, and thank you for the question. And as the Chief rightly mentioned, our commitment absolutely remains to become an anti-racist and an anti-discriminatory organisation. What's interesting, we also mentioned, Tom mentioned the statement that was made to the SP back in 2023 about being institutionally racist and institutionally discriminatory. Also in that statement of acknowledgement was the follow-on, which says that may be a statement of reality. The real test is how are we working and what are we doing to make the difference. And as the Chief has outlined, the Policing Together programme has been the vehicle by which we've been doing that. What does that look like? It looks like the continued investment in resources. So I've touched on some of them today in some of the other areas, but Chief Officer level investment to drive forward this work in a number of roles in a number of areas. It's been about the investment of proper governance and scrutiny. Again, grateful for that leadership from SPA and where that has taken us to, so much so that, as you heard earlier today, we're now mature enough in that governance to be able to take that forward into one of the other committees, the People Committee going forward, and also around the investment in our systems and processes that enable us to understand and continually understand what is the impact of all of that activity. Activity is one thing, but what difference is it making? 2 really good examples of that is the Chief's ongoing commitment to an annual survey. What are our people telling us? If all of that programme of activity doesn't become the felt experience for our whole organisation, where everyone does feel welcome, included, represented, they have a sense of belonging, they demonstrate our values, and that we truly have underpinned human rights, then it's not achieved the end state of being anti-racist and anti-discriminatory. And no spoiler alerts, you know, in terms of actually getting there, that will be an ongoing challenge for us, not just in policing, but across society. But we're able, through that survey, to see the difference. So if I use the survey from this year as an example, our culture last year was second in terms of the groupings around how people felt about the organisation, which was positive to see around some of those early signs, but it's made a further 1% increase in our organisation. And 1% when you're taking culture change is positive. And so we are continuing to see that progress. But we've been really helped by the innovative aspect of work around our culture dashboard, where we're now bringing together information and data across a whole range of systems and processes that are designed to answer those questions. Are we welcoming? How do we know? Are we inclusive? How do we know? Are we representative? How do we know? And that brings to life all of that information. Using representation as an example, we are seeing through the culture dashboard that we've got increasing representation across all our characteristics. And that's really positive to see. And all of those aspects of work come together into the performance and tasking group that I chair, that continues to ask those questions to say, what is the impact and how do we continue to make sure that we've got precision, focus and determination to make sure that there isn't unnecessary disproportionality and that we are part of the definition, as you know, from being institutionally discriminatory or institutionally racist is the unwitting part of it. So what we are trying to do as an organisation is at least be consciously aware and therefore have much more impact on being able to drive forward the improvements that we need to make sure that, again, I'll go back to what I said earlier, that policing is for everyone and it's a positive felt experience for everyone, whether that's colleagues or whether that's our community.
Thanks, that's very helpful. It's given quite a lot of assurance, and I think you're absolutely right that the cultural dashboard is an invaluable tool for monitoring that progress of the range of activity across the organisation, and will be very useful for the authority as well to keep an eye on. Thank you.
Thanks, Amina. Could I turn to Tom, please?
Thanks very much for the report. And just to pick up on the point about the anti-racist, anti-discriminatory organisation, it's absolutely underpinned by this concept of being a rights-based approach to policing. And so it's important to see that language coming through. So not so much in the report today, but beyond that, that takes everyone with us. Going back to the cultural dashboard in the plan in Q4, as I mentioned earlier, was the scoping of a core operating system around human resources and finance, etc. And the reality with the cultural dashboard, we're getting such a good insight from that data, but the amount of work going on in the background to clean that is so inefficient. And it has implications. It's drawing analysts away from the roles that we've recruited them for, etc., etc. So it's a sense of the commitment to doing this in Q4. It would be really quite devastating if that suddenly fell into the next year and it just goes on, because it's been on the agenda, but not just high enough in the priorities up to now. So it's a commitment to this Q4 for that commencement in terms of that system.
Thank you, Tom. Really important piece of work, as you've highlighted, in terms of our focus has very much been on our operational systems, but in order, as we all know, to provide strong, good, quality operational policing, and that prioritisation of the front line means that the system, the corporate system, sitting in support of it, needs to run across all of our corporate systems, and we currently have a patchwork quilt in terms of our finance isn't connected to our HR systems, our purchasing systems, etc., etc. In my mind, drawing that together, and that work has started, but it is a multi-year piece of work which will need significant investment moving forward. But Andrew, Hendry and the team are taking that initial scoping work. They're embarking on that, and we have read across and linked in with colleagues both across policing and into other public sector in Scotland to look for best practice. But definitely a priority for me. I think we will be able to identify greater efficiencies moving forward, and at a very sort of practical workforce point of view, being able to, as a frontline officer, have your PDA and be able to order your trousers, book your overtime, not too much of it, and those hygiene factors at the push of a button. That's, you know, a modern 2026 organisation, and that's what we want to be. So in due course, through Resources Committee, we'll be bringing that work, but needs to be an area that we have some strong focus over the next few years in order to truly draw the corporate side of the organisation, and to your point, Tom, about really good data and insights. Thank you.
Thanks, Chief. Thanks, Tom. Angela?
Thank you, and thank you, Chief Constable, for the report. It's just following on from the discussion with Cosla, and then in light of this report, I wondered if you could say a wee bit more about the balance between the annual policing plan and the dependencies, I suppose, with local policing plans, because they reinforce one another, don't they? You've got the national priorities on the one side that have to be applied consistently to some degree at local level, but providing a level of flexibility to reflect on local needs and demand. So I just wondered if you could say a wee bit about balancing that.
Sure. I mean, I think it's really important that we recognise the value that local policing plans should and do deliver within our communities across Scotland. You know, we mustn't forget that local policing plans themselves are statutory obligations for us on policing. I think what's really important is that we take the best of what is national and provide room and scope for those to be designed and delivered locally to meet local needs. And just to kind of bring that to life, we use data and insights which is specific to each local area, and provided to the commanders to then consult locally with partners and with scrutiny boards and committees to design what that local policing plan might look like. So whilst the plan itself might ultimately point at the strategic priorities for policing, it should be very much localised. So one plan might have a particular focus on housebreaking in one area, that may not be relevant in another area where perhaps violence and antisocial behaviour may be more important. But even beyond that, there is the opportunity for the local policing commander to design and develop that local policing plan to have a flavour to meet local need across a partnership space. And again, to bring that to life, when I was the commander in Glasgow, the local policing plan was delivered through a public health and partnership approach because of the level of deprivation you see, because of the requirement to work in that prevention space. So whilst it's still then focused on housebreaking, drug harm and drug reduction, it had a very localised feel to it. And I think as we continue to move forward, it's important that we leave the room and the space and provide the data and expertise to support the commanders to develop those plans and deliver them well and locally. And then importantly, that the scrutiny locally is effective in holding the commanders to account on the delivery of those plans and how they are brought to life over the 3-year period for which they exist.
That's reassuring, but I was also thinking that in terms of signalling direction of travel, you talked earlier, Chief, about the mental health changes, that, you know, using that as a vehicle for that change will be really important as well, but thank you.
Do we have any further questions for the Chief and our team in relation to the annual policing plan? No. So thank you for that. We look forward to the delivery of this plan in the forthcoming months, recognising that it is the third annual policing plan as part of a 3-year business plan, and you're in preparation for your next 3-year business plan as we work towards the delivery of Vision 2030. And of course, all the progress will be monitored through Policing Performance Committee, but ultimately what we're looking for is delivery of the vision. If we can move on then to agenda item number 10, which is the Estates Master Plan. And we have a report submitted for discussion by the Chief Officer Estates, which is Donna Valance. Donna.
Thank you. Thank you. Excuse me a second. The context has been broadly set, and I'll take it that the submission that I've put in has been read by everyone. The estate strategy in 2019 basically set the strategic priorities for the estate and the direction of travel required to replace or improve the existing stock. And this priority remained across the whole of Scotland. For a bit of context for new members to the board, we inherited 1.5 million square feet of space in April 2013 with the merger of the forces. And from that, we have 311 operational police buildings, and of which that 82 are now co-locations across the public sector estate. Importantly, and not to lose sight of this, that's a workplace for 22,260 employees of Police Scotland. And also, it's open to members of the public in many instances, and often we have guests as well that stay over with us. So these priorities remain broadly similar today that were established in the 2019 vision, and are broadly similar to the Chief Constable's 2030 vision. The estate strategy, however, is now slightly out of date and is currently being refreshed and will be brought back in the summer of this year to reflect our current vision, the 2030 vision, and our priorities going forward as at 2026. In summary, MP1, because I think there has maybe been a bit of clutter in the landscape around this, established the baseline across the estate. It basically set a clear understanding of the scale of the challenge that was open to us, the geographical variations in terms of quality and condition of the accommodation, and importantly, it established that as a strategic enabler, the existing estate was often failing to meet the needs of modern policing. MP2 built upon that baseline. It tested strategic options and began to develop a clear intent for the estate based on the 2030 vision, and formed the outline of a retain, develop, dispose position for the estate going forward in its simplest terms. MP3 is the first of the geographically focused phases of the master plan delivery and investment decision-making elements of the master plan. Tayside in Glasgow in the West was selected for no other reason than it was in the worst condition established in MP1. It's important to balance the investment across the estate and also to establish the case for change. Within MP3, which is work that's currently ongoing by our advisors Avis and Young, they are looking to optimise efficiencies and adjacencies within the existing operational policing models, and in terms of locational criteria, that's impacted on where is the best location for that to be and how does that fit our operational policing model. OBCs and the report will go to the Resources Committee in June 26. It's important not to overlook the achievements that have occurred in that time from 2019 to 25. In 2019, we went from going into COVID and lockdown for 2 years, which is never a great time to be delivering a strategy. But then building on that from 24-25 onwards, and in that time period we were averaging something like £12 million a year in capital investment. I'm pleased to report that last year, 25-26, we've delivered £30 million worth of capital investment across the estate, over 149 different projects spread geographically across the entire country, including the islands, which is really important when it's a national force. Going forward for 26-27, we've been allocated £24 million of budget allocation. That is actually in exactly the ask area that we had for this year going forward. So it's no less than we had asked for. And that's because our anticipation is that in this year going forward, it's going to be a transition year in terms of planning, you know, the length of time that it takes in planning construction and refurbishment programmes, the time lags and statutory consents, and getting our permissions in place, getting on board and getting on site. So we are exactly where we want to be in terms of our budgetary position for this year. And in terms of what we've got planned, I put a few of them within our presentation that's come today. And the highlight of that really is that there's about 20 refurbishments of existing properties within the portfolio. And there's further spend on about another 40 different properties, as well as comfort spend, which is expenditure that we are having on the portfolio just now to make day-to-day operations and living within some of the police stations a bit of a more comfortable experience for our officers and our staff, rather than having to put up meantime until we eventually get to them within the process. So in terms of our timeline, we are more or less exactly where we want to be. Our future spend profile is in line with our master plan redevelopment, and any future spend that we would need would have to be for certain areas, if it's of national significance, would be a matter to go back to Scottish Government with. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Donna. We're grateful for the paper, and you're very helpful walking us through the main areas of it just now. And with that, could I open it up to members for any questions that they may have? And the first person that has indicated to me that they want to ask a question is Tom.
It's not so much a question, it's more a reflection, and just commending what you've said and the impact you've had since you joined the organisation. For those members who weren't here, reflect back to quite difficult discussions at the board around the states. In one budget, the only allocated expenditure was against what was known as priority 1 and priority 2, which is health and safety and legal. There was nothing for anything else other than that. And then we were getting to a situation where the estate wasn't just in a bad state, it was breaking down. Legionella at Tully Allen, mould in police housing, the evacuation of custody in Tayside, the evacuation of an office in Moray, etc. So we are in a wholly different place from that. So really, as much as a question, and I could come to a question, is to actually acknowledge the progress we made. In terms of refurbishment, officers on the ground are talking to me about the difference that they're now experiencing now. And as you say, that comfort spend, it's a huge amount if you're working 24/7 and you're facing risk in your daily work. So that is really, really important as well. That all said, there will be challenges ahead, and the spend profile. So my question, how much threat is this under from inflation? And if you look at what's happening globally just now, etc., how do we mitigate that as a forward spending we can do? Is there anything like that to make sure that this pace is maintained? But thanks very much for your update.
I suppose we faced these challenges under Brexit to a certain extent, where we didn't know, and the impact overnight literally on construction costs was an additional 40% across the board. We are it's such a fast-moving geopolitical environment just now. It's very difficult for us to monitor that. I know that Sarah and her team are closely monitoring our fuel costs going forward and is making provision for that. And right now, we really don't know what lies ahead, because we don't know what's going to happen next week, you know, far less than 3 months' time.
Thanks, Tom. If I could turn now to Brian.
Thank you very much, Chair. I really welcome the development of a strategic approach to estates, because I guess that much of the estate has an historical basis in terms of where it is, the size and locations. I suppose my first part of the question is I'm seeking some assurance that in moving to a regional approach in terms of planning now, that the borders of those regions are given proper consideration, because I think as soon as you split a national thing down into a geographic area, there's always a danger you end up with centering some of the resources around those geographic areas and slightly neglecting the fact there's a better solution at the geographic divides for the whole of the area. And I think historically about some of the decisions that perhaps might have been taken in the NHS, etc., around health boards and hospital locations, etc. I think I've got another sort of question which probably splits into two as well, more detailed thing about how things like anti-discrimination and flexible working factors, how they're feeding into the estate's planning now. And I'm particularly thinking around flexible working and desk rotas, or desk ratios perhaps as one of those aspects of that.
Okay, so I'll answer your first question first. So in terms of geographic boundaries, we are not bound by geographic boundaries. We are guided by the operating model that's required by operational policing for efficient delivery of their policing. And probably ACC Sutherland's probably best placed to speak on that. But part of what we do as part of our development of the strategic plan is also to work collaboratively with policing around about these are the properties that we are looking at. This is the needs and the requirement for within that area. In terms of your locational criteria, where is the best locations for you to be? So we don't shape that, we don't guide it, we just offer options once they identify to us where the optimal location is for them to be located. And perhaps it's best if ACC Sutherland picks up at that point.
Thanks, Donna. And I suppose the first thing is just really to provide that assurance that the ongoing relationship between the operational delivery through estate and the professionalism from the estates team and that Donna's brought in continues. And you know, that relationship is really strong. We are jointly working together on MP3 and as we begin to look at what's happening in Glasgow and in Tayside in particular. And I absolutely support the comments around about being mindful of geographical boundaries. So for instance, if we look at what might be a hub model in the south of Glasgow, the southwest of Glasgow, how far can we deliver policing services from that particular base? And what we need to do is look at, is not restrict ourselves by those boundaries in the first instance, and then secondly is to be data and evidence led in terms of actually what's reasonable in terms of travelling time, demand, and fully understanding that picture and being evidence led. And we're spending an awful lot of time just now trying to gather that data to ensure that we've got the right evidence base that allows us to see if we put our location here, how far can we expand that out and police from it, rather than saying, right, that will service that particular area. So it's about changing our way of thinking and being more joined up with the options and the opportunities that Donna can bring through the professionalism and us having that operational knowledge as we move forward. So I'm really positive about how this might look. I think it will really change the way that we're able to go cross-border in a way that we haven't done so in Police Scotland before, and really take us out of those geographical restrictions into a more flexible, dynamic policing service.
Part of Brian's question.
Could you just remind me what it was, sorry?
It's really just how some specific factors have been fed into the state's plan now, things like anti-discrimination. I guess I'm thinking about toilet facilities as an easy example to think of, but there'll be other things as well. And also about flexible working as well, and how that leads into things about assumptions about desk ratios.
Okay, I'll deal with the flexible working as well. So in terms of us being a blue light service, a number of like 22,250 employees, only about 10% of those, 10 to 15%, are actually suitable or eligible to use flexible working. So that takes down to about 2,000-ish people. And we actually look at the impact of that on a requirement for desks as we are matching across the estate to try and change that. We know from looking around elsewhere that there is an impact if people are working from home, but it depends on the hybrid model. It depends on what people's day job is. It depends on the requirement for them to be in the office and how many days they are required to be in to fulfil their obligations as part of their role. So we obviously look at that. There's a number of sites that we're currently looking at just now. We're working with operational policing, and we're doing a deep dive on exactly that to try and form and shape what size do we need. But in terms of impact on our spatial requirements, and as a force, it's quite negligible when you consider the numbers of people that's impacted by the ability to work flexibly. So it's about 10% of the workforce that have that eligibility to do that. The second part of your question was around discrimination and equalities, and there's an equalities impact assessment done on everything that we do. Obviously, we are bound by the building regulations and any new builds that we do, but also in terms of workplace regulations around about accessibility, the Equalities Act, ergonomic workstations, the correct width of doors, ramps, access, audio hearing loops for the public. All of that's taken into considered by our teams before we roll anything through. That's a matter of course for us.
Thank you for that. And if I could now turn to Nancy.
Thank you, Chair. Just kind of following on a little bit, thinking about reasonable accommodations, and in particular preempting slightly the next paper on sex and gender, where there is clearly also an impact on estates. How do you figure that in to the planning to both optimise the use of facilities that you have while taking into account reasonable accommodations and considerations around sex and gender?
Yeah, thanks. And it probably does preempt a wee bit around the next paper, but I suppose just to give reassurance at this time that we have been working very closely with Donna and the team around the kind of third area that we looked at as part of our review, which was around the provision of facilities, which is linked predominantly to toilet changing and locker facility. And I suppose the point I would want to make at the moment is we are compliant as it relates to our legal responsibilities, and of course that's about the provision of both single and mixed sex space provision across our estate, and very much looking to make sure as we go forward that we've got suitable and sufficient across, because you've heard the number of buildings and estate that we have across the country, and prioritising that on a case-by-case basis as a need arises, but also incorporating it into our wider planning, as Donna mentioned, the refurbishments that are ongoing and the opportunities that exist with that, as well as building into to other longer-term planning around our estate.
Can I just add to that, actually, that the most cost-efficient way for us to do that is to incorporate it into our rollout of our improvements across the estate. And I mentioned that within our paper, that we are doing that in everywhere we are going forward. And we have also done some quick fixes going forward that we're rolling out, working with Katrina and the team currently.
Do you have any further questions for? I'll have Andrew and then Nicola.
Thank you for the paper. Two questions. The first relates to the volume of buildings which will be available for the future. So most organisations now have worked out that construction costs are so high it's far easier to repurpose or to co-locate. And you referenced that in your presentation to resources in February, and the really interesting paper about the reprovision of Greenwich Police Station. But what confidence do you have that there will be a sufficient volume of buildings for the next 5-10 years to be able to follow that policy rather than a new build policy? Second question, a little bit similar to something that Brian said. If we go back to the annual police plan, it made reference to the forced mobilisation model and the moving away from Monday to Friday to 7-day working. Simplistically, to me, that sounds like possibly the need for a smaller estate. And I just wondered what scope work streams like that, if indeed that analysis is correct, and further work streams like that will enable us to shrink the force into a smaller number of buildings.
Okay, I'll deal with your first question and then pass you along to some of my colleagues for your second part. In terms of the volume of buildings that are currently available and the supply of buildings that's already there within the public sector, and I presume you're referring to my previous paper on the single public sector estate, yeah, that's fine. In terms of that, I am in dialogue with many of the chief executives across the country around about the availability, and we're trying to plan in and have a look at what they have available, what they have coming available, and also to set out our parameters in terms of what our need is likely to look like what our size requirements is likely to look like, but also in terms of what our locational criteria is likely to be, and that's how we're prioritising that as we move forward. There is a glut of buildings within the public sector, because you've rightly identified that within hybrid working, many of our public sector colleagues, 100% of them almost have an ability to work from home. We don't fall into that space. So it means that often there is a fairly vast selection of properties that we can look at, some of which may be too old, too small, or in the wrong location. So that's a sift that we do as we go through the trawl, and it's something that we're very aware of. Not all of our locational needs and not all of our occupancy requirements will be able to be a co-location or reusing other space within the public sector because of the very special construction quality in terms of custody and other areas. So in instances like that, we are not ruling out entirely new build, but we are in many instances having to look at a different model in order to comply with government policy. But the door is still open for new build when it demands it.
Donna. And Alan, are you going to respond to the second question?
Yeah, so thank you for the question. We're making considerable progress with FMM, which is effectively a model of us having more officers available at the weekend. The numbers in that aren't so significant that that's going to impact upon an estates plan. Those officers, depending upon operational needs, may either be corralled to help police an event, such as we were discussing earlier on this morning, or actually might be working from their own office, doing their own duties. But just contributing to our available resource to meet any emergency or need at the weekend.
Okay, thank you. And Nicola.
Thank you, Chair. Notwithstanding this is a very complicated and complex issue, and thank you very much for a very comprehensive overview. My question is connected to that kind of opportunity to horizon scan for strategic connections in the future. So as I think about some of the investment going into Scotland in the AI zones, both in Lanarkshire and in the northeast, in some of the clustering capabilities that are starting to emerge, where we see real benefit in clustering and connection there, how's that being considered as we think forward on this plan, particularly as we think about that sustainable policing model?
In terms of our locational criteria, we are pretty much guided by the operating model, depending on what it is we're trying to relocate. And I know that you and I have had discussions before about investment within Motherwell for a large data bank. That's something that we flag up and we have discussions about in our many board structures that we have to see whether or not those will positively or negatively impact upon operational police needs, because often clustering is not what they require. Yeah. You know, so it very much varies depending on what it is we're trying to relocate or move or downsize or right size, and also whether or not that cluster is positive or negative in relation to that locational criteria. So it's really on a case-by-case basis. But we do have open discussions about this. We have regular board meetings, and that's I work with ACC Sutherland, and we have estates and digital infrastructure priority board. These things are discussed openly, and so it's at the forefront of everyone's mind.
Thank you.
And Amina.
Thank you. Thank you for your update and the plan itself. I just wanted a bit of assurance that environmental impact assessments are also being undertaken and we're complying with their duties around sustainability when considering estates.
So environmental impact assessments are provided when they're required statutorily to be provided, but we do have sustainability currently sits within my team. That's been a recent manoeuvre in. As part of that, we are currently looking at an LED relighting programme across the entire estate, which involves a capital spend, but we will recoup on a reduction of our revenue spend. We are looking at district heat networks and where we can connect in there. We're looking at the provision of photovoltaic panels, solar panels, wherever we can. And so we have specifically moved sustainability into estates so that we can see more deliverability in terms of sustainability projects across the estate.
Looking around the room. Oh, Chief. I would not want to miss you. Apologies.
If there's no more questions, just wanted to add that since Donna has taken over this role, the amount of improvement activity that she and the team have brought around estate, recognising the sustainability issue and bringing the digital infrastructure into those considerations. Her leadership and her expertise has been exceptional in this space, and has probably made this discussion today a bit more straightforward. A couple of the points I want to draw out. I particularly have focused around that comfort spend and also the development and upgrading of our police houses. Again, speaking to that thriving workforce and that feeling of, does this organisation care about me when I come to work? Or am I, in the tatty kitchen and the tatty locker room and all the rest of it? And the volume of work that Donna of the team have got through in such a small space of time. And moving forward with it is impressive. And moving forward with MP3, we've got some big decisions to make in terms of larger pieces of estate moving forward, but really confident and impressed by the expertise and the leadership that Donna's shown and the broader team. So I just wanted to record my thanks in relation to that. Thank you.
I'll have one last look. Okay, so no further questions. I would just like to echo Tom's words and acknowledge the progress that clearly has been made, and that's been reinforced back by the Chief. So we look forward to that progress being built on, and we really look forward to the proposals and the work that you've outlined for us today, and we'll support you in any way we can. Thank you. To agenda item number 11, which is the sex and gender update, and this is a report that has been submitted for discussion by the Chief Constable. So I'll hand straight over to the Chief now to speak to this report.
Thank you, Chair. I think it was last September that we started to discuss the issues relevant to sex and gender and legal judgments, and throughout the work that Katrina's undertaken, we promised to bring regular updates, and I think I used the term we'll do it once and we'll do it right. I'm hoping what she's going to describe in detail reassures you. I know this has been subject of examination at Performance Committee last week, but just for broader members' reassurance in terms of the areas that we have considered and bringing the paper so that we can progress into a business as usual, a momentum moving forward in this space, but reassuring compliance around legality and also maintaining the need for people to feel included and fairness within the organisation. But I'll let Katrina do the detail.
Thanks, Chief. And as the Chief's mentioned, we have had the opportunity to discuss the paper in detail at the Performance Committee. And what the paper outlines is the reality that the review that the Chief Constable committed to in September 24 has concluded, but the work is very much ongoing and will continue to be ongoing and has been incorporated into our wider business as usual. Just for the benefit of other board members, I'll just touch on a couple of points then around our timeline. It won't be lost on members here that the original mentioned at Performance Committee exam question was around our data recording as it related to particularly those that were accused of rape and attempted rape, and the Chief Constable committed to that review of our data. But of course, testament to the fact that this work will continue to go forward is the reality that we've operated within a very evolving and dynamic environment, that what started out as our intention to look at our data recording standards developed quite considerably, not least in light of the Supreme Court judgment that followed. And that was reflective of our responsibility as an organisation, both as a service provider, but also as an employer. And as a result, therefore, of the Supreme Court judgment, we looked at the practical implications of that for us, and we progressed work in two other areas beyond data, which was work in relation to search, a very operational procedure and practice, and another area in relation to facilities, which we've already touched on. We've made policy decisions in respect of all of those areas, and as I say, the work will continue. Before I pause just around to answer any questions, I think what I really would want to emphasise at this point, we've been really clear from the outset of this that this work isn't a no-impact piece of work. And it does impact on individual lives. And I go back to what I mentioned earlier about policing being for everyone and everyone's felt experience being positive. We have been at pains to try and understand the impact, whether it's based on legal responsibility or practical implications. But by understanding that impact, we're then able to do as much as we can to minimise the distress and anxiety that can be caused in some of the decisions that we've taken forward. And we've been supported, therefore, through a really determined engagement approach, supported by a human rights advisor, as well as stakeholders, as well as our own legal team, a breadth of opportunity that allows us to deal with a lot of misinformation and a lot of confusion about what actually the legal position, the Supreme Court judgment meant, and it's provided us with the opportunity to really understand what concerns people most and to try and take that into our consideration as we go forward, in many ways to show our workings. And I hope as we continue to go forward, we will continue to have that level of support and challenge. And I guess just to be reassured at this meeting that the Equality and Human Rights Impact Assessment for this work is a live document and will continue to be that. And we will continue to report through other governance structures going forward.
Thank you, Chief and ACC. Appreciate your overview of the paper. And as you highlighted, this has already been discussed at some length and in some detail at the Policing Performance Committee earlier this month. But I'm going to, before I open it up to questions, invite my colleague Chris Cragen to summarise the discussion that took place. Chris has been, I know, integral to the development of this work over the past year or so.
Thanks, Chair, and thank you, Chief Constable and Assistant Chief Constable. I just want to take a little time to talk about where we got to at the Performance Committee. I think it's important to do that today. This report is right at the back end of our agenda today, but that shouldn't take anything away from the fact that it has real impact, as you've said, ACC, on lived experience of people in our workforce and in the community, and that's why I just wanted to spend a little time on that. You have anticipated, I think, some of the questions that I'll come to. That's helpful, but I'll come to them nonetheless. In terms of the Planning and Performance Committee's consideration of the report, we, as you know, we welcome the report. We welcome the significant progress that has been made in what is undoubtedly a complex and sensitive area, and it's become ever more complex and sensitive as the work itself has gone on during the course of the year. It's complex and sensitive in terms of policy and process and practice, and we've recognised that and the progress that has been made there. It's also an area, of course, where, as you've acknowledged, there's considerable ongoing public interest, and there's a diversity of strongly held opinions. And as we move to the conclusion of the review, I think it's important to acknowledge that the review doesn't change that context. That context is live, it's ongoing. And in that context, it was really important in our consideration of it at Policing Performance Committee that we sought assurance about the breadth and depth of internal and external engagement, which is, as you know, is a question I've returned to several times in this board. That engagement can't achieve consensus on something with such strength of opinion as this, but I think what it can do and why it's important and why we've reinforced that point through this process is it can, I hope, notwithstanding perhaps a lack of consensus, underline our commitment to building public trust and confidence in this area. We, Policing Performance Committee, we welcome the leadership that you've provided, ACC, in this area, and also the involvement of our independent human rights advisor, which I know has been critical to Jane Gordon, which I know has been critical to the progress we've made. So we were content to see the review closed at this point, recognising, however, and notwithstanding the Chief's remarks about we're going to do it once and we're going to do it right, recognising, however, that it's not job done. It's not a once and done in such a sensitive and dynamic space. And the implementation over time of the review's conclusions and ongoing engagement in relation to that implementation is obviously going to be crucial. So that's where we got to, I think, Chair, in terms of Policing Performance Committee. And as part of the process moving forward, I think, and I think you've touched on all of these, but I'll just flag them in terms of key areas of assurance that are important to us, and they relate to impact, to estates, and to oversight. Firstly, in terms of impact, as I think you've acknowledged all the way through this work, ACC, the sensitivity here is about balancing a range of equality and human rights considerations and the impact that those have on different groups of people with protected characteristics, particularly women, particularly people in the trans population. And so in that context, assurance around the review's conclusions and the extent to which they are able to balance practicality and legal compliance with our organisational values, I think is critical, and any more you want to say about that would be helpful. In terms of estates, and this has been touched on already in the last conversation, implementation in this area, obviously, as has already been acknowledged, is ongoing. I think just to be explicit about it, as I have been before, ensuring that implementation, that ongoing implementation, guarantees access for trans staff in particular to toilet facilities and other facilities that enable their dignity and respect at work is crucial, and an area that we will continue to seek assurance on, particularly in the context of changes to the transitioning at work policy. And finally, in terms of oversight, you've referred to ongoing monitoring in this area, and we will continue to take an interest and oversight in this area because it is ongoing, and understanding the impact of policy moving forward and the experience of those affected by the policy over time, and seeking their insights as part of ongoing engagement is something that we would also wish to take assurance on. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Chris, and I appreciate the eloquent way in which you summarised the discussions that we had at Policing Performance Committee. As you said, some of the questions that you've just raised at the end have been touched on, but I'll give the opportunity for further response against those. I'm looking at the ACC here.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Chris, both for your questions and obviously your involvement and challenge and wise counsel in this area throughout the period that we've been focused on this work. I'll touch on your first one in relation to impact. You draw out a number of reflections around the complexity and the contested space that this has been and will continue to be. Of course, as an organisation, we have a legal responsibility in relation to the Equalities Act to collect data, and our public sector equality duties to monitor and evaluate data as it relates to protected characteristics and to understand the impact of our policies and services. But of course, we also have a legal responsibility as it relates to human rights, that everyone is treated with dignity and respect, and that they are not exposed to any sort of behaviour that's either degrading or discriminatory. And of course, that aligns more broadly to our policing values here in Scotland, that we absolutely do treat everyone with integrity, fairness and respect. And one of the points that I would want to draw out around that, as I have also learned through this work, there is no hierarchy in relation to protected characteristics. You don't have the right to claim your position by ignoring someone else's position. And therefore, as we continue to go forward, and as we have done from the outset of this, and I do say through the guidance of the Human Rights Advisor, we have looked through that dual lens, both of our responsibilities under the Equality Act and our responsibilities within the Human Rights Act, and looked at both elements of that to ensure that at all times we are balancing our legal responsibilities, but also the broader, how do we actually treat people. And again, that goes back to the point that Tom has already mentioned in relation to our focus on being a rights-based organisation that underpins human rights, and that isn't just a legislative requirement, it's a felt experience for all of our people. So I guess for me, in terms of the impact, by looking at it in that way, I think it's helped us demonstrate across the board that even though the numbers directly impacted by some of our decisions are small, they matter. And there is no hierarchy, and we've been really clear in every single communication that we've put out that our position is that we will continue to treat people with dignity and respect. That more broadly obviously lends itself to the work that we've done in relation to the estate. So beyond the practical implications of that around what we have now, what we are changing and how we will embed that going forward, all of it is linked to how people feel about that. So throughout we have had a detailed communications plan and how we continue to understand and how we continue to learn, sometimes on case-by-case basis, where we may want to be clearer in some of the work that we're doing. But alongside the work that we've done as it relates to the provision of facilities, we've been reviewing our dignity at work policy and position, and that will be going and being published again literally in the coming days. And again, that's about, it's all very well having provision, but how do we actually interact and how do we make people feel? And that will be very clear in relation to that. And the final point just around the oversight going forward, the paper obviously draws out the actual structure that this work will sit in going forward on page 10. But again, I go back to the work more broadly as an organisation under our Policing Together vision is embedding human rights across all of our service provision, and therefore the work that continues to get taken forward more broadly in relation to human rights, equality and impact assessments, engaging to understand the felt experience as we navigate a continually contested environment across society. When we look at impartiality, when we look at a whole range of process and practice, very much embedding that into our business as usual and our ongoing work, that this area of sex and gender will sit in as we go forward.
Chair, and thanks very much, ACC, for those responses and your remarks. And I certainly take assurance from them at this point in the process and at the conclusion of the review. I'd just add very brief reflections on three things that you said there. One is your point around the hierarchy, and we discussed this in the Policing Performance Committee, and the absolute importance of not creating a winners and losers situation on all of this. There will be those, and it's important for us to acknowledge it, there will be those in the workforce, in the community, who will feel that they are perhaps winners or losers. There'll be others who seek to represent where we've reached as such, but I think I take assurance from the fact that embedded in our approach is that has never been our objective, quite the reverse in terms of balancing the considerations. Your commitment in the assurance you've given to learning from experience, and I think we need to do that and continue to seek insight and to understand the impact of this, because the situation will continue, the context will continue to be dynamic. And also your reference to the dignity at work policy and the absolute importance of joining up policy and practice in this area will be critical going forward. But thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. You may well have answered some of the questions that members have, but I will give them the opportunity, because I have a number that I'd indicated in advance that they may wish to ask questions. First of all, Pauline.
Very much for progressing this work, and I very much welcome and support the approach that you've taken. Just a simple assurance question around the estate's implications. Have we appropriately budgeted for those in terms of the 26-27 revenue and capital budgets? And what are your timelines for bringing the estate up to a satisfactory standard so that the dignity of everyone can be maintained and protected?
So if we have a look at this year going forward, we've got an obligation that our initial thing is that every station, every facility will have a mixed sex toilet, and that's quite an easy solution for us in terms of there's generally an accessible toilet that's mixed sex already, and what we do is we rebadge that. We've also given an undertaking that within every division that there will be a police station by the end of this year that will be entirely compliant, so that within each division there's somewhere that our trans colleagues can go to and operate from and be quite comfortable within that environment. As part of that, our ongoing, we're trying to incorporate as much of this into design phase of what we're doing going forward. This year is the first year that we're just trying to, we're taking some quick wins. So we're dealing with the stations that are easiest, quickest to convert at minimal cost, so it's much more efficient for us to do it at this stage. Going forward, it's something that we're building into our design, so we will absorb that within the estate, and there will be some consequences of it, but sometimes it's just about designing it properly in the first instance in terms of proximities of enclosed cubicles to changing points in lockers. So there's things that we can sort out through design that's got negligible cost at this stage.
Thank you, Pauline. Nancy?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the report. My sense is that you seem to have found the right balance in terms of protecting everyone's rights, but ensuring that in doing so, you're not doing it at the expense of somebody else's rights, which is an incredibly difficult thing to do. I think the proof will be, in the eating of the pudding and in the ongoing reporting, but it looks like a really good start. I've already kind of touched on my question on estates. I have a few questions. The first one is around recording, and you indicate that there are practical implications in terms of the data systems to enable them to record the data in the appropriate format. Are you able to give us any timeline for that, and are there any cost implications, and if so, are they factored into the budget?
So there are implications, of course. The report draws out that when we look at our data recording, there's probably about 22 kind of systems that we would be considering updating. I think I'd want to be really clear to set it in the context that when we talk about our systems, the current practice, it's around the terminology. So some systems will say sex and some systems will say gender, but underneath both there's still an opportunity for caption male and female. What we've identified in a prioritised way, and part of the programme going forward, is that we will be very clear, as that policy position that the Chief had, that we will record based on biological sex going forward, but we're now making provision to capture transgender. And going back to the reason why this work started in the first place in relation to the accurate recording of data as it related to rape and attempted rape, we've looked at it through the lens of our core function in terms of service provision, and that relates to our crime systems, our custody systems, how we treat people. And so we've identified 5 core systems that are all interlinked in relation to that, and they'll be our priorities. So there'll be a report that's coming back later this month that will give us the timelines and the financial implications, but all of it is built in through the Chief's commitment that this is work that we will continue to take forward. Then we will consider those other systems, you know, is it relevant to do, and is there a need to do, you know, within this kind of financial year, or is it something that can wait when the system's been upgraded in any case? Because again, I go back to what the system is doing is actually just reinforcing what is current practice at the moment with an additional provision.
Thank you. My second question is around the Scottish Government's consultation on stop and search. And I touched on this at the last board meeting, and I think what I would simply have a request is that when this is discussed in the Performance Committee, some thought be given to not just is the policy, is the consultation consistent with the current policy, but is the policy updated to reflect this paper, and you know, does it do everything it should do to protect female officers who have to carry out search, and who to make sure they understand, you've indicated here the approach is predicated on process of authorization and consent, and how that works in practice, so that it doesn't inadvertently, for example, give rise to people feeling awkward, people feeling harassed at work because they have reservations about what they have to do. So that's kind of food for thought for you, and monitoring in future, because a lot of it will be in the practical implementation.
So thank you. Just a couple of things, and I'm happy to speak in more detail, you know, another time. But as you've rightly alluded to, the stop and search code of practice is owned by Scottish Government, and we've been engaged with Scottish Government throughout this work in relation to our interim guidance that we submitted in relation to search last June, which we have subsequently bolstered with scenarios and frequently asked questions in January of this year. As you rightly say, we have made provision that search will be carried out in accordance with biological sex, but again have made provision for someone who wishes to be searched in relation to their lived gender, but that involves a process of authorisation and consent. And what I would say, and again it's about right-sizing the reality of us encountering this, we have continued to monitor when we've had to use authorisation and consent, and we've used it once since our guidance has been out. So, and we will continue to monitor the impact of that through engagement with our staff, through the guidance that we're submitting, through other opportunities that we have around staff, we're calling them like staff passports, where people may have something that they want to be able to disclose in advance, so they're not having to exempt themselves. So we're doing lots of things that will allow us to mitigate and to continue to learn, going back to Chris's point about the practical implications. But to date, that our search has been used in relation to authorisation and consent on one occasion, and we're not seeing anything at this stage. But you're absolutely right, we would absolutely want to be alive, and that's why part of the work in the governance going forward, I chair alongside my HR colleagues the collaboration group, where we work with all of our diversity associations, our trade unions and our statutory associations to continue to understand impact and implications of the practical manifestation of our policies and practice going forward.
That sounds really encouraging. My final question is, you've said that there will be oversight by the Sex and Gender Oversight Board. I'm assuming that that will feed in some reporting into SPA governance.
Yeah, so that's a board that sits within and will continue to sit. So you've got the Sex and Gender Oversight Board, but underneath that you've got 3 short life working groups, or no, the areas that we've spoken about. That group feeds into my Policing Together Management Board, and previously would have then fed in through our own internal governance into the Policing Together Oversight Board of the SPA. Going forward, that will be either the People Committee and or the Performance Committee as and when relevant. But what we're wanting to be really clear on is that we continue to progress this work and bring it back on a needs basis.
Okay. Thank you. Very helpful.
Nancy, further opportunity? Does anybody have a final question? No, thank you very much for that. And we welcome the conclusion of the review, but recognise fully that there is ongoing work on this, and it will be brought forward as appropriate, as you've just said, to the relevant committee on a needs basis of the SPA. So thank you for that. So this concludes the business that we're taking in public today. Oh, sorry, Chief. I keep somehow missing you when you're waving your hand.
Thank you, Chair. Before we close the public part, I just wanted to put on record my thanks for the strong working relationships that I've had with Fiona, with Tom, and with Mary. They've brought a lot of wisdom and expertise to the board and have supported me, for which I'm very, very, very grateful. What you leave is a legacy of continuous improvement in this organisation, so that we are able to deliver the very best of policing across Scotland. So really, really grateful. On behalf of all the executive colleagues, thank you very much for your support and your wisdom, and we wish you the very best moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief, and I'm grateful that you came in and offered such kind words to our colleagues that are leaving us today. So that does conclude the business being taken in public. We're going to pause just for a